Well, we finally made it to Hell.
Oh my god.
And you're standing on this street made of like pale cream cobblestones, and there's a lot of damage everywhere, lots of cracks, everything's fucked up, there's crumbling buildings, some of them are on fire, and you can see like steaming pools of lava like ahead of you and also to the right down this street to the north. And the sky is just like an orange haze, and it's just full of like smoke and ash and red mist, and there's like, you can see meteors falling from the sky and crashing into buildings, and you can also see what looks like creatures flying through this kind of smog above you, and you can kind of hear the occasional like screeches, and some of these things seem to kind of like come into contact with each other and kind of, you know, like have a little fight with each other. And you can of course see this companion that's gone black. It's like in the distance to the west, and it's hovering over the what you would know as the High Hall, this big castle on the top of the bluff in the center of Elturel, and it's just striking the city at irregular intervals with this like bluish white lightning, and you can hear like the ground rumbling, and you can hear these like explosions and the crackling of fire, and it's just hot, and there's ash everywhere, and you know the air is like stinging your lungs. And right at the end of the last episode, Traxagor got very scared and he disappeared, and Lulu suddenly regained the light spell. And also, I'm just going to say Lulu's telepathy allows her to communicate with several creatures at once, because I haven't been able to work out whether that's what they intended or not, and it's just going to be annoying if it doesn't. Maybe she's just like usually unusually strong in the ways of telepathy, we can say. And Raya offered her opinion that you might be in the docks district, possibly East Dock, and then you heard this scream from around the corner to the west, to the sort of like northwest, and you see this woman running with two toddlers past you, and she's being chased by these three bearded devils with purple skin and snake-like appendages in place of beards, and they're carrying these big deadly-looking glaives. And so you begin running towards her, and Lulu forgets all about the light spell and rushes over eagerly as well. She's like, wait for me, I can help. And so I'll just take us over to this map.
I can't wait for Lulu to die just session one. I'm eager to kill demons!
Maybe that's why she's in there, to make us feel really sad when she dies. Like,
just to engage you emotionally.
Yeah, like, oh, God.
Guys, my sister just died. Let's not go there already, okay?
Oh, God, yeah. For a second,
Wow.
I really thought you meant for real, and I was like, Jesus Christ, are you okay?
So,
what we're doing.
I was like, oh my God, what do I
That's how
say?
my life goes lately, so it's true.
And have we got both familiars? I don't remember. I feel like we do.
I also don't remember.
We can say that
But
we
I
do.
kill my cat a lot, okay.
Yeah, mine's still alive. I don't know about the cat, to be honest.
Maybe you had a chance to resummon your cat, and I don't know. We'll
Cat
just
387
Yeah.
has arrived.
The tally continues to grow.
So yeah, let's roll.
It's been at least a day since the last cat incident, so it's actually sounds like a record, I think.
That's if it is in fact even alive.
Yeah.
For some reason, I have the option to roll for Ethel for some reason. I don't know why that's a good.
Oh, it might be because you were
I don't know what that
controlling
is,
her
but you
in a
should
previous one. That's probably what it is. Let me see. Where's Ethel? Yeah. Wait. Yeah.
I can also roll for me, so.
And And I guess these guys don't need to be in initiative.
You know, with the given state of the current surroundings, I should have brought mushrooms, and we could have not marshmallows, and we could make s'mores.
We could get really fucking high, and then it'd be way better.
Listen, different people have to go through kind of like hell in different ways. Shit, I should have forced Jar to give up all the drugs he had.
All right, Alina, you're up first. What do you do?
I am not prepared.
Don't worry, me neither.
I was like, we're fighting. Okay, yeah. That's what we're doing. I'm going to do something a little different, I guess. And because I haven't used this at all, the demons are chasing the humans, right? Or the people over there? Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to cast Silent Image and put like a big griffin type thing in between them and the people. So like right there.
Okay.
To hopefully deter them from chasing them and maybe sway them towards us. It's been a long time since I've cast any kind of real spell, so...
Yeah, I remember this from a while ago. Let me see. Image moves to any spot as the image changes location. Okay.
I think I can make it so it's like moving, not like moving around, but like doing some kind of motion from what I read. I can I can change its location or alter its appearance for an action. Okay.
So it's not moving, but as they come around the corner, they will suddenly see this big griffin here. And we'll see what that does.
Okay.
On their turn.
And then I think that's all I can do. Yeah.
Okay. Jean Lamont.
Okay, so Jean Lamont is gonna cast Fairy Fire and target these creatures, and they gotta give me a DC 15 on dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Whew. We're all concentrating. That's kind of adorable.
Actually, wait a minute, hold on. Why am I concentrating?
Yeah, why are you guys concentrating?
That's I don't think you're concentrating.
Okay.
That's actually a good point. What?
Alright, dex saves. So...
Oh, it was because it still thinks I'm concentrating on the wall of fire. That's what it's for. Okay.
Alright.
So let's remove that because that's not a thing.
Okay, so fail, pass.
Okay, and I'd like to give Bardic Inspiration to Kensei. That's my bonus action.
Alright.
Okay. Enter.
Okay. So these creatures are running around the corner. They're chasing this woman and her two toddlers. And they see you running over, and all of a sudden this big griffin appears, and then this like stinky golden light. Is it stinky? No, it's regal gold. That's your other character. This regal golden light appears amidst them, and they are going to... Okay. So this guy is definitely pretty surprised to see this griffin, so he's not going to kind of run directly through it. But also, he's going to need to jump over this line of this like fire. So this is like a pit of lava here, and this fire is like kind of spreading through like cracks in the ground. And so I'm just going to give him a little acrobatics check just as he jumps over. Just a DC 5, nothing serious. Okay, so he's going to jump over here. And he's going to stop here because of this griffin. And I'm gonna say that because he was the furthest away, and there's a lot of noise and a lot of ash and smog, he didn't see Alina casting this spell, so he doesn't realize that this is a spell just yet. So I'm gonna actually basically make him surprised. He's gonna skip his turn. So Kensei, you're up.
Okay, so these like lines of fire, is it just sort of like yeah, I have to make an acrobatics check to get through it or something like that?
Yeah, just an acrobatics check to run through it.
Fuck. Okay.
Just a DC 5.
Well. Oh. Okay. All right. I have a 25% chance to fail. Let's see what happens. Acrobatics. Normal. Okay, we're good.
Nice. Face first into the flames.
Oh, finally, something to play. So 15. Sorry, not 15. So this guy's like, how far? Oh, 35. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's go say hi to the people. Let's go one more here, and we are going to use a bonus action to use there it is, to get the cold man out here.
All right.
Right there. Plop it right there. And we will spend 2 actions to hit this guy with advantage, because why the heck not?
All right. He is very confused. He comes around the corner and sees this griffin, and then this like shadowy man appears right in front of him. What the fuck? Or more like, oh, what the fuck? 22 definitely hits. And
we'll do it again.
8 bludgeoning. Yep, 20 hits. Another 6. Alright.
Why don't you 3 go pick on someone your own stinking size? Come here, come on!
All 3 of them turn at you as you say that.
All kind of like I could now actually activate these motions and kind of like do these gestures. This is gonna be fun. That's it.
All right. Okay, this dude here, this is like a sort of a collapsed building. There's basically no wall here. He was able to see Alina casting this spell and see these people running up towards him. He doesn't necessarily know what this griffin is, but he can see like Kensei standing in front of it, and he can see that it hasn't kind of moved within the 6 seconds of his turn anyway. So he is going to tentatively come over to here, and yeah, he's gonna step forward. He's gonna make a multi-attack. Firstly with his beard. He's like serpent-like beard tendrils come out at you. Miss. And then he'll swing his glaive at you. This thing's nasty. I think I forgot. Oh, that hits as well. So give me a con save. And I forget what it does, but I remember from last time. Oh yeah, it gives you this ongoing slashing damage. I'll just put like a reminder on you. And I think basically at the beginning of your turn you'll get like another 1d10 slashing damage.
On failure, it receives an infernal wound to take this damage. So
only on failure, and you passed. Okay, sweet. No worries. Alright.
Yeah, so I'm like just doing like one of those like ASMR kind of like cranial nerve checks where it's looking in the camera view.
Yeah, you have to like talk first so that it switches to you. Alright, Ethel.
Alright, I'm gonna do something really crazy. I'm gonna do magic
missile.
We never would have guessed. I'm gonna cast it at a 2nd level, so that's 4 little missiles, and I'm gonna do it on this guy and this guy.
Sorry, can you indicate those again? I missed.
Yeah, the closest
That
guy,
one?
and then
Yep.
the one right behind him.
Nice. Okay.
Oh, I love that. I love when I roll 1 damage.
And was it 2 at the one on the front?
Yeah, 2 on each.
Oh yeah, because it's 4. Okay, so -4 on each of them. All right, these blue darts fly over Kensei's right shoulder and just. Anything
And
else?
I get a little boo boo, and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rhea is gonna have to make also an acrobatics check here. And she's like, yes, indeed, pick on someone your own size. Jumps over this, runs over to here.
Don't want to be dick, but please fail. That'll be hilarious.
She, I guess, is going to pull out her crossbow. Can she fire through the cold man? How does that work?
I think we can because we established that it's just pretty much ethereal enough that it could be. I think because we made it that you can travel through it, but it's like difficult terrain.
Yeah.
So I guess there's no real. Since there's not really any physical form to like give her this like AC bonus, you could just. I think.
I'll have to. We'll say that she can this time, and then I'll refresh on it later, I guess. Because yeah, I remember I read all about the cold man, and now I have no memory of any of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you could and couldn't, and then there's a lot of them that were like, oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
Like.
Does the griffin matter for?
Yes, you're right. She wouldn't be able to see through the griffin from there. Okay. In that
You
case,
rolled a natural 20.
yeah.
Like, over the top
okay.
of the griffin.
In that case, she will dash over to here instead, and that'll be her turn. She pulls out a candle. She still has this I put this candle in. Okay, Cat. Run to your doom.
All right. Well, yeah, that's the dilemma that I'm facing here right now. Because I keep doing this, and it doesn't seem very useful to just murder my cat every time. But I really don't know what else to do with the cat. Because it can't give the help action to any of us while being safe, right? It
Well,
has to be interacting.
I mean, if, like, for example, if it were to go here, then, you know, then, like, I wouldn't
You keep
necessarily.
actively choosing to kill my cat.
I would probably, if I roll a dice and it tells me to
Roll
kill
a
your
d-
cat, then I'll kill your cat. Your cat's not immune, but I'm just saying, if you wanted to do something, that could be a thing.
33.5%.
Yeah. Yeah.
33% chance that your cat's gonna die.
33.335.
Yeah, it's fine.
Interesting. All right. It'll just take the dash action over right here, and that's all I can do on this turn. And then
Alright.
it's definitely not going to die over here.
Oh, but give me an acrobatics check, though, to see if it jumps over this.
Oh, okay. I forgot I had to do that. Okay.
It's a cat. It should have acrobatics down. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, it's fine.
Dexterously leaps over the flames.
That would be funny if it just died immediately.
just walking on hail.
Yeah. Just run through the fire, it disappears. Perfect. Great. I cross out how many days I've had without an accident. Cross out 0. And write it again.
All right, so Lulu is going to kind of. She can fly a long way. She doesn't have to worry about any acrobatics check or anything, and she's going to fly all the way over to here.
Is Lulu generally always flying?
Yeah, I
Hovering?
imagine she's like hovering, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess she can walk around, actually. But yeah, I'm assuming she's hovering. Maybe I'll put like she's like 5 feet in the air or something like that. And she flies over here and tries to plunge her tusks into this creature.
Whoa.
But misses. And I don't think... Yeah, the tusks are magical. That's all she's going to do at this point. Imagine if she just dies immediately.
Oh no.
Okay, this guy, I'm gonna say that he is gonna do. Give him a little insight check. Where am I? Just to see how he reacts to this griffin. Okay. He sees this griffin. This shadowy creature appears in front of him. He's like a little bit intimidated. He's gonna take a step back. So feel free to take an op attack.
Yes, sir.
These guys are gonna continue running over here. They
Seriously, gotta pick up Sentinel.
They jump over these flames. They succeed on their acrobatics check. Okay. And he kind of takes a moment, sort of like looks around, sees this thing, it's not moving, and sort of hesitates a little bit. And then he essentially will take a step back. He's just going to take a step back and he's going to swing his glaive at this thing, at the cold man.
I think the spell specifically says, like, if they look at it, they have to use an intelligence check, and it's an
I thought it was
action.
if they interact with it. Okay.
A creature that uses its action to examine the image can determine that it's an illusion with a successful intelligence check against your spell save DC.
Okay, so I guess the question
the
then...
illusion, the creature can be seen through. So they can't see through it until they determine that it's actually an image.
So then it's not opaque anymore. It's like...
It's obvious that it's an illusion.
Okay, so maybe Rhea could have
pass
fired through
the intelligence check.
Okay, well I guess I'll say in that case that he doesn't yet know that it's an illusion, but he does see that it's not moving though. So he...
It's just based off the spell part. But if he walked through it, it would determine automatically it's an illusion.
And he can't. So he can try to determine it from a distance.
Yeah, but it's an action.
I'll give him a. What was the check?
Intelligence.
Okay, I'll give him a
investigation.
Yeah. Oh, an investigation check.
Yeah.
Why not? He's looking at this thing. He's like. What's the DC? Probably not 7.
No. What's my spell save DC? Is that
7.
just my?
That's in your. If you click on spell, yeah, DC 14.
Okay.
Okay, so he'll waste his turn being confused. Mahkah.
Mahkah, okay. Let me know how you go. You mentioned that around the companion there was lightning and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty stormy. Yeah, Mahkah wants to reach up to the sky and say, Torm, holy Torm, give me strength, and cast Call Lightning.
Interesting. Okay, so Call Lightning, I need to like look at the actual wording of this.
Okay.
Because this lightning is sort of like, it's not from a storm. Storm can't appear in the shape of a cylinder, centered on a point you can see within range. Okay, so a storm cloud appears, so it's not like it's not going to work in Avernus. I can't see any reason why it wouldn't. It's like magic after all. But if there's a storm cloud, a bolt of lightning flashes down. Where does it say? Oh yeah, if you are outdoors. Oh yeah, sweet. In stormy conditions, when you cast the spell gives you control over the existing storm. I'm going to say I don't think you can control, because it's the companion. But
yeah, I was trying.
But you can definitely still cast the spell. Okay. So go ahead and put a template over the entire fucking map.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay.
None may escape his fury.
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't mention the lightning strike. The lightning strike, I would like it to be in the one above there, that position there.
Okay, nice. And it's like, what is it, 10 feet?
Yeah, 5 feet within that strike.
Okay, sweet. So if it goes...
they need to make a dex saving roll.
So the only thing is, does it need to target... I'm thinking it would be able to target the middle of the square. So if it's targeting there, it'll get them. Will it also get the cold man, though?
Sorry, it was the next square up.
Oh, sorry, like this one. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, dex save. 20. 20. Is it DC 21? Nice. Okay, they both fail.
Wow.
Also, because the way the wording, since it's saying creature, it would not affect a cold man if the lightning was placed next to it.
Nice.
Because just
He's
going
not a
by the
creature.
ruling of like how, yeah. The more we play with this, the more I realize, yeah, no, you're right. This is very busted. Having something that's just immune to a lot of spells.
Yeah, because I remember
that for next
Dankblade.
time.
I remember Dankblade had it, and I remember thinking like, "Fuck, this thing's really powerful." And it can just like fly as well. Like it doesn't. It just goes up and down if it chooses as well. But go ahead and roll the damage.
Yeah, so it's 21 damage.
Oh, 21 is the damage. Oh, sorry. What was your DC?
Oh,
Or is
sorry,
it even a
this-
DC? Oh, 15. 15. Okay,
15.
so it's pass
so
fail.
I think one pass. Yeah.
Okay, so 21 on this guy. And just 10 on this guy. Alright,
Cool. An intern.
cool. They see these clouds, just kind of these red clouds sort of come lower from out of the sky. And this lightning just in between them. Both of them like try to duck out of the way, but it just sort of like arcs sideways and just strikes one of them directly in the chest. The other one gets like the burn from the ground, like backs up like, ugh. All right.
Okay. She's just gonna go provide the help action on this one here.
All right.
And then, just kidding, I can't move her now.
Oh yeah, because it's like under the.
Oops. And then move her back. And that's it. End turn.
Okay. All right. So at this point, everyone feels the ground shake and shudder as the whole place rattles, and some of these, roof tiles like slip off and like crash on the floor, and some more kind of cracks appear in the ground. So everyone give me a dex save, and this will include these creatures as well.
Holy shit!
And the DC is 10, and yeah, if you fail, then you fall prone. Dex save.
Oh wait, no, that's not. Where's me?
Oh, Kensei's prone. Ethel's prone.
Do
And
I break a hip?
roll a con save. And this guy's
She
also
does,
prone.
she's just out for the rest of the campaign. She has to go somewhere else.
Okay. And anyone 10 feet of a wall, within 10 feet of a wall, which is also Ethel. And Lulu and Rhea and Kat. And also this guy.
Oh my god. You said you wouldn't come. Like, one second. I didn't roll a saving throw for my cat. So let's see if my cat is alive. Do you have to roll a saving throw for a cat?
Yes. Okay, the cat's not
Cat is
prone.
standing.
But give me a dex save.
Oh no. Another.
I told you to go there as well.
How could you do this?
I know, I wasn't thinking ahead.
happen to me?
So the DC is 15.
Oh my god. This is cat murder. Oh my god.
Okay. And all of these ones as well. Dex save, dex save. Okay. It's a high DC. Everyone's
Ethel
failing.
has to do another deck save for the ball.
Yep, another dex
Okay.
save.
She's gonna break a hip.
Basically, she's already like lying on the ground. And
Wow.
okay,
Alright.
so as some of these building tiles slip off, and like big pieces of wood and bricks and stuff kind of come like flying off the top of these buildings, they come crashing into you, and they do 9 bludgeoning damage as all this shit hits you.
So the cat is definitely dead.
Yep, the cat's dead. I'm sorry.
Wow. Wow. This is
Cat's
targeted.
dead. Oh, Luna is also within 10 feet of... Oh no, she's 30 feet up. All good. I think this guy is okay because there's no roof near him. And yes. Okay, Alina.
Well, that was eventful. I should stay away from the wall. Okay.
Was anyone else prone? Oh yeah, that guy was prone. Okay.
I think there's not a lot of room up there for now, so I'm just gonna move to here and fire my short bow at the guy directly in front of. Oh, is he prone? Do I have disadvantage because he's prone?
This one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'll fire at the. Can I shoot through Rhea and friends?
Yeah, they'll have a bit of a cover.
Okay.
You do have advantage because of the help action, though, thankfully.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna shoot at that one in front of Rhea. So it's just normal.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry.
Fine.
No, sorry. You've got advantage. It just has some cover.
Okay, so I'll just roll again. All right.
Nice. That's a hit.
Yay.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
5 piercing.
And I get sneak attack.
Yes.
Okay.
Another 8. All right.
And turn.
Okay. Jean Lamar.
Okay, if I were to help Ethel get up, would you consider that an object interaction?
Basically, you would use the help action, so it would take
okay.
you. So unfortunately, no, it'd take you like a full action, but it would just
Okay.
give her. Oh no, wait, how does that work? Because it's not like it's a.
Yeah, you can just stand up, right? It's unless is there wall bits that are weighing me down?
I'm gonna say actually, yeah. So you would, because I've said that dragging people around, you would need to grapple. I think in this case you would also need to grapple in order to pick her up. So it would still take an action. Because I think it'd probably also be a little bit more involved than just like opening a door or something.
That's true. Okay. Good luck, Ethel.
You're on your own.
You're a strong woman.
I try to find my life alert necklace. I can't.
I don't think you have one of those in your inventory.
Oh, I must have forgotten it.
Damn, I must have left it in my other library.
You can throw a vial of goop at JL as he runs away.
We don't know what that'll do. It's too powerful.
Please do not goop me. I'm gonna string a leash of insults.
Okay.
Something like, you think you're some sort of scary bearded man, but I don't even know what you are.
He seems to be
very
offended.
insulting.
Yeah, he seems pretty offended by that.
Oh, excellent.
Alright, 5 psychic, and he's viciously mocked.
Yes, so disadvantage on his next attack.
Alright. Anything else?
No.
Okay. This guy is going to stand up and continue facing off with the cold man.
Nope.
Miss. And a glaive.
Nope.
It's the old beard glaive 1-2. Alright. Kensei.
Just scrambles up. What happened? Gonna move up and then use the remaining, there we go, 10 feet to kind of like get flanking to people that, or at least to people that need it, and yeah, we're just gonna use the cold man just to hit this guy again and see what happens from there.
Okay.
Inventory, number opening, attack with advantage.
22 hits. 12.
There we go.
Nice.
How's that guy been looking like, by the way, after these like series of attacks?
He looks like he's taking these hits pretty good. He doesn't look too phased so far.
Okay. All right. Keep on the aggression. Got it.
Yeah. Hit.
Alright. Damage. Normal.
7 bludgeoning. They're magical attacks, aren't they? Oh yeah, of course. I've asked that before. It is your Kanobo basically going through him. All right, sweet.
Yep.
He's looking
And
pretty
that
confused.
Yep, and that's it.
You're like standing there, like shadow boxing behind the cold man, and this bearded devil is like kind of swinging his glaive and trying to snap at him with his serpent beard, and they're just like missing and shit. And you can see you like moving behind the cold man. He's like, oh, "What's going on? What is this? What is this wizardry?" Okay, this one here
To the
is
Grand Con, motherfucker. Let's go.
gonna attack with disadvantage at Rhea.
He's the
And
puppet master.
misses. And he just has disadvantage on the first attack, isn't it? I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure it
I
is.
think so. Yes, yes.
And then he'll swing a glaive. Ooh, okay. So she'll take 6 slashing, and she'll need to make a con save. What was it? Nice, passes the con save. And this devil is just like, where did you come from? Ethel.
So I just stand up? Do I have to do something to stand up? Brush myself
It just
off?
uses half of your movement.
Okay, check myself for broken bones. And then I'm going to Mind Spike, the one fighting Rhea,
Okay.
at a 3rd level, which means I get a 2nd level spell slot back. Because that's how divination. It still seems nuts to me that is how that works.
Yeah, it's cool.
Okay.
Okay, wisdom save.
I think it's also because there isn't
Fail.
really much of a divination attack except for Mind Spike, which they made
Yeah.
way later after they made the whole core wizard archetypes.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to like buff the divination wizard a little bit. Oh, 13 psychic damage is pretty nice. Okay, so he is definitely looking bloody. You can see this like black blood kind of begins to like pour out of his ears, one of his ears. And he... So what does he have from Mind Spike again? I always forget.
I think it's just like I know where he is or something like that. I don't know. I accidentally just closed out the whole window, so I'm doing great.
Can't become hidden from you, gain no benefit.
Yeah, I just know
but
where he is
invisibility
or
will
something,
give
which is like a little bit of a weird thing.
you- Okay.
Also, so I'm not in the thing right now, so I can't do it. But I'm gonna move just a little away from the wall, so I'll
Okay.
do that when I get back in there.
Okay, no worries. Okay, Ray has just been like snapped at by this beard and or was she? No, she was, and then struck by this glaive. She's like, "I'll end you, devil!" Swings her long sword. Misses. Follow up with a second attack. This one hits. And then she's got a short sword out as well. And that one just hits. In front of the 5 piercing. This thing is like looking pretty bad at this point. She's like hacked like into its body multiple times, and like one of its like shoulders looks almost like it's been a bit dislocated just by this long sword like smashing down on it. And Lulu is going to attempt to tusk it again. See if she can put it out of its misery, but it just kind of like reels back and she misses it. This one here, seeing that there's definitely combat going on and he's now it's now well seen that this griffin is not moving, it's going to step forward and attack Kensei. Miss. Why even roll? Alright, Mahkah.
I can do this all day. Come on.
Mahkah? Might be on mute. No, I don't know if it works like that anymore.
Yeah. Yes, no worries. I would like to continue call lightning.
Okay.
I'll place it into that square there.
All right.
I'll just call up the spell now.
Okay, a couple of dex saves from left to right. Whoa.
Oh, wow.
What?
That's okay, guys. I'm just flushing out the nat 20.
Yeah, attack. Do you get these out of the way? Get these out of the way.
Trust me, yeah.
All right. So they both try to jump out of the way as this lightning strikes just above them. But this guy goes down.
Ooh.
It just like gets his leg as he jumps out of the way. He's just like electrocuted. And this guy, I don't know if I gave him half damage, but it would have done the trick anyway. This guy is doing okay, but also looking pretty singed at this point. He's looking bloodied.
And in turn, thanks.
Okay,
Help action to this one here.
all right.
And back out.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Oh no, what's going to kill us today?
Give me everyone another dex save as another earthquake shakes the whole area. And I'll these. I didn't think about having to give all the bloody NPCs dex saves. What do we got? And it's a DC 10 again.
Haha! You caught me once, but you won't catch me again, world!
Rhea fails. Okay, Rhea's prone.
Whoa, no.
Ooh, 6. Yeah, you're prone.
Damn it.
This guy's alright, and this guy is... manages to stabilize himself.
Oh wait, no, it's a 10 DC. Why am I thinking it's a 15?
Because the next bit's a 15. So the next bit is, yeah, give me another dex save, and this one is a DC 15.
Ooh.
And so Rhea is the only one that was knocked over amongst these NPCs.
Oh, is there a disadvantage if I'm already prone?
Actually, probably yes, but forget about that though, because I didn't think about that when I wrote these rules. 2 dex saves in a row is a little bit weird anyway, really. I don't know. Whatever.
Also, aren't you like a little bit away from the reptiles?
Oh yeah,
good.
sorry. I'm good. Whew.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's Rhea that's gonna worry about it.
Yeah. And she is gonna get. Maybe she will move as well. Some more of these roof tiles come flying off. Like a brick just flies off and like hits her in the shoulder.
I don't know these construction methods. I don't know what they're rated against in earthquakes.
Elturel, I've come to save you and you portray me like this!
Who signed off on these?
We're not
There's no union in
adventurers.
Avernus.
City council members.
When I get back home world and we save you, I'm gonna talk to the contractors guild, I swear!
I'm gonna move up.
Alright, so just give me
Let's
an
take
acrobatics check to jump over the little crack with the fire coming out of it.
I have forgotten everything about buttons. Again. Are you kidding? Okay.
Pass.
No. I am not in range still, so I'm gonna use my bonus action just to move up enough to attack this guy here.
Okay.
And with Booming Blade as well.
Oh!
Yeah. Nice.
He
You
should
didn't even
die.
use advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. 10 piercing. From the dagger. Oh, that looks. Oh!
And we're not even looking at the booming blade damage yet.
Oh my goodness.
So as you just like shink, 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 you nearly take him down. He just like coughs all of this black blood onto your feet as you do this, and then, there's this wreath of energy, and that will be enough to take him out. The energy on the blade.
And another one bites the dust.
He stands there coughing and getting sort of It's not electrocuted.
I'm gonna
is it?
shake off my boots like ew.
All right. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. JL.
Okay, so I'm gonna get up, which is 15 feet, and then.
Gotta get up to get down.
All right, so I'm gonna move. Oh, sorry.
Down with the sickness, up, get up, and get down with the sickness.
Wait. 1, 2, 3.
And just give me an acrobatics check.
Yes. I see. You see, I trained in the circus when I was a young boy. Ran away for a little while.
I was waiting for that one.
Oh, you dodged a little more far too much. Okay, I'm gonna dash 5, 10, 15. I can't share. Okay. Oh, I don't want to squish him. And I'm gonna say to these people, "You're okay. We have come here to save the people of Elturel."
Okay. And they're kind of standing here. I guess they're watching this combat. None of the roof tiles have fallen on them, luckily.
It's just, well, we come to say.
Oh shit.
You're a lost cause.
Ooh, we don't got nothing to fix that. Ooh.
But yeah, they're kind of standing here. Perhaps they look down the street and you see like some shadowy figures moving around down there to the south, and that's kind of partly why they're like hesitating here, and they're sort of uncertain exactly where to go, but they're kind of watching you defeat these creatures, so they might be interested in speaking to you more as well. But they do look visibly reassured by your comment. And this remaining devil is just going to keep swinging away at the cold man. Nice.
Another one out of the way.
Alright. So that's the cold man. Steps forward and he'll swing his glaive. Kensei. One last try. Nope.
The cold man was step 1. You have 5 more to get through.
Alright, Kensei.
We're not even gonna summon him. We're just gonna kick his ass.
Need the cold man.
Yeah, not anymore. Thank you for getting into attack range with me. With advantage.
Just misses.
One more time. With advantage.
Yep.
Better. I love the fact that I rolled one good roll and the rest of it was between 1 and 2 for damage rolls this game for the combat.
You kind of like, clip him on the ear. Well, I'll say like with that swing, like with a 6, you just like smash off his ear as he kind of dodges out of the way. Like, oh, my ear.
One piece at a time. Alright, that's me.
Okay, Ethel. Wait, you're not prone anymore, I don't think.
No. I can take it off. How hurt is that guy looking?
That guy is...
Medium hurt?
Yeah, he's looking pretty bloodied at this point.
Okay, then I will do a 2nd level magic missile and just send all of them to him.
Okay. You don't want to send one of them at one of these toddlers over here?
Oh, actually, I was thinking about murdering both of them, but, then I thought,
when in hell, might as well
maybe I would just kill, Ron, is that Ron Weasley? That's...
Alright. Okay, he's just like, hit square in the chest by like all 4 of these darts. And he like barely manages to like stand in his square as he's nearly pushed back into the other square. And he's looking like pretty sore now. Anything else?
No, that's it for me. I go hit a toddler with my scimitar.
Okay. Rhea stands up. And she will step forward on the corpse of one of these devils. These devils, they don't die like they do in Teril, where they turn into dust. Here, their bodies remain. And yeah, they're just both lying on the ground like any regular corpse on the battlefield. And Rhea doesn't give a shit. She keeps swinging over the top of this corpse. And she would have had advantage actually. I'll just crit fish. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging. Fuck, I forgot the advantage again. Okay. 5 slashing. Oh, she's nearly taking him out. Taking it out.
Still advantage.
Still have advantage. Fuck. I struggle with advantage. Alright, 17 is a hit. Nice. She just like hacks his head off at this point. This like bloodied head with only one ear just goes like flying over here, like rolls on the ground. And we're out of combat.
Good, because I gotta pee.
Alright. So... take us back to here. And yes, at this point, this woman and her toddlers, they kind of hesitate. They're looking at a little bit relieved that you're talking to them, JL, and also, of course, relieved that their pursuers have been slain. And this woman with the 2 toddlers, she's got kind of short red hair, and she's got this sort of brown chaperon and this like kind of brown like tunic under it, and she's got like a bow and arrow like strung over her shoulder, and the 2 toddlers are boys, and she comes over and says, by Torm and Helm together, thank you so much for saving us.
It's not a problem. It is what we came here to do. We are adventurers, and we have come to save the people of Elturel. Are there other survivors like you?
Oh, there are many. Where have you come from?
We've come from Baldur's Gate. We saw Elturel disappear, and we found some help in Baldur's Gate and Candlekeep to get to Hell.
To get to Hell? Is that where this is? Are we in Hell?
Yes, I believe you are. And those, I think, were devils.
Devils, yes, many of us had our suspicions, of course. There are strange creatures roaming about all over the place. It's very dangerous.
Have they been hurting people? Or what do they want from people of Elturel?
We don't know. Some of them are fighting each other, it seems. And some of them are just trying to kill, trying to consume anything. We try to stay off the streets as much as possible. But there's many of us who survived the strange incident when the companion went black, and many people hiding in houses and just trying to stay off the streets. Sometimes there are creatures that'll fly down from the heavens and attack without warning, and then there's the earthquakes and the lightning strikes from the companion as well.
Mahkah make his way over
Yep.
as well. Mahkah would like to ask, how long have you been here for?
I don't know. It's difficult to tell. I think maybe a 10-day, something like that. But there's no day or night here. It's just always the same. The sky is just cloudy orange sky, and yeah. But we think maybe something like a 10-day.
Okay. Is there? Do you have a leader who's looking after or trying to work out how to keep people safe?
We were hiding in a tavern, a pair of black antlers, up that way towards the bridges. But we were running out of food and water, so we thought we'd head to Shiara's market. We've heard there are people there who might have food, but otherwise we don't know. Some of us didn't want to leave, and there's still people hiding in the cellar there at the tavern. But yeah, we don't know. We're hoping that maybe we can find somebody who's in charge or who knows a bit more in Shiara's market.
Not a bad place to start.
You would know as well what Shiara's market is. It's just like this, obviously this big marketplace. She says, like, she's kind of indicating like down this road to the south as she mentions the market. It's like starting to give you kind of some perspective on where you are. And actually, probably, Mahkah, you would feel that if Shiara's market is down to the south, and if you are in East Bay, sorry, not East Bay, that's where I live, East Dock.
You know, yeah, we represent West Side out here.
That, yeah, you feel, because when you moved into this city, you were kind of living in East Dock, and if the market is down to the south, you feel that where you were staying, your rental property is probably nearby here, somewhere to the west.
I like that you really went no shopping in hell and then went markets that way, you know? what a 180.
I'm actually trying to rent my property out if there's anyone interested.
I mean, this is hell. There got to be some kind of like a blood-sucking real estate agent souls like somewhere around here.
Yeah. Great views. Open living.
Natural light, because it's then exploded all the walls. They're just one giant hole of stuff.
And there's no roof.
Yeah. Such a wonderful, gorgeous light.
You know, they told me in real estate it's all about location. Well, your home has now been moved to locations, and locations.
Mostly the people are just trying to stay wherever they can. There are also some people, of course, who are looting and all of that nonsense. We've seen lots of shady types walking around, some of them bullying people, trying to steal from them, all kinds of horrible things going on. And there are also strange, mindless, zombie-type creatures roaming around. They're some of the worst. They'll just attack you and eat you for no reason.
Yeesh.
Will I have an indication of how far the tavern is as well? That you mentioned? From our location?
At this point you don't... You probably don't know exactly where you are.
Okay.
But so all you would really know is that the pair of black antlers tavern would be up to the northwest, and then Shiara's market's down to the south.
Did you say when we got here that we could see Candlelight Tower or not? Like, how big of a tower? You know, was it destroyed?
You can't see Candlelight Tower from here, and you would also know because you lived in Westerly on the other side of the city, that is where Candlelight Tower is. Although you haven't been here for a very long time.
Okay.
But it's pretty smoggy as well, so you can't see much further
Gotcha.
than this circle. And I guess you can see like the castle up on the bluff because it's massive and kind of stands out in the distance. And you can kind of see it through these clouds under the companion as well. The companion is like shining this kind of black bluish light on the surrounds below it, but yeah, you can't see the tower itself.
I was gonna say I'd give her some water, her and her kids, because she said she's obviously thirsty and hungry.
Oh, thank you so
We
much.
have endless water.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, we can at least give her some water. And then I'd like to ask, like, if she knew the other people that she was staying with, and maybe a high elf, possibly Taylor, my dad.
So she eagerly accepts this water and drinks it down, like gulps it down, like, yeah, she hasn't had some water for some time. And obviously gives some of the water to her children. And as she's kind of encouraging one, she says, Here, Brask, take some water. She says, I don't know of any half-elves. I haven't seen any half-elves. Not in the tavern where we were. I'm sorry. Is it someone you know?
It's my father, actually, and he's a moon elf like myself.
Right.
So.
I mean, like I said, there's a lot of survivors, so he might still be alive. Many of the creatures here don't seem interested in killing us as well. And like I said, they seem to be fighting each other for some reason.
And do you know, I was just going to say, do you know specifically where we are in the city and what's the best way to get across town?
Okay. So she will give you some direction. She tells you that Shiara's market is down to the south, down this way. What are you looking for specifically?
I would assume that I would have brought wares to the market to sell at one point. So depending on where I was planning to set up my shop, I'd probably have a good idea of where we are, in a sense of if she gave me some landmarks, I'd probably have an idea, at least maybe this side of town. But
Yeah, so when you first moved to Elturel, you were actually working at a tailor in Shiara's market. And you were living in like an old rental apartment there as well. And then before Elturel disappeared, you then purchased a shop in Westerly on the other side of the city. So yeah, you would be pretty familiar with this area. And it's just that you haven't seen enough of this street to know exactly where you are. But knowing that you're kind of north-ish of Shiara's market, you would know that your kind of old like rental property was kind of to the west of Shiara's market.
okay. Okay, do you have maps of this town at all?
Apart from the circle.
Yeah, apart from the hole.
So you do have
Marcus
this
got a
map.
couple of maps.
As I was going to say, if you have a map with our combined knowledge, we might have an idea of how to get around. Ish.
Are we
Okay,
at
Mark.
the Dragon Eye docks? Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, Marco was going to take out his map.
So which map
To
does?
place-
Oh, this one. Yep.
Nice. Okay.
And maybe we should make our way to Shira's market sooner than later to get off the streets to look for refuge.
Yeah, and then I'm assuming we have some kind of food in our old apartments that still might be good, like rations and stuff.
If it hasn't been burned down.
Especially if we pick up any kind of survivors, we're gonna run out of food pretty quick.
I would certainly appreciate you coming with me if you want to go to Shiara's market. That would be very lovely. It's obviously it would be nice to have an escort.
Yeah, Marco.
There we go.
Michael would also like to take out his map of shortcuts as well
Okay.
to make his way down to the market. I just forgot what I
Mahkah knows the shortcut.
So it essentially saves you time, I think. Is that right?
And I think it shows passages as well. Your travel time is reduced in half, and if you succeed by 5 or more, the map includes notes on the terrain, granting you advantage on ability checks, next ability check.
Gives you hints on the terrain. It's just fucked.
Watch out for the lava pit.
Yeah, so the main problem probably at the moment is just that you don't know exactly where you are, so you don't have like a "we are here." But if you want to move around, let me know, and I'll move this party token. And yeah. Also, Alina, you should have inspiration for asking like directions.
On our way to the markets, may I ask this lady, did we learn her name?
My name's Hakina Hunt. And she'll start leading you down towards the markets.
Have you seen a beautiful halfling woman? Cannot sing for the life of her, but she's so wonderful. What's her name?
Maribel.
I just mind blanked. Oh my god.
That was
It's so long I forgot her name.
I just know characterization for Jean Lamore that we've ever seen.
You know she was under so much stress that immediately she forgot the love of her life day.
Oh my gosh. That was mind blank.
We would also like to try to hide, not walk through the center of the streets as we're making our way through.
Okay.
Like as much cover as we can.
Although we got to be careful because we don't want the roofs to fall on me, right, Rhea?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mike would like to ask Ethel, on your contact bracelet, do you have Maud's details there?
on my life alert chain, do I have some stuff just to be like, in case I'm in a hospital, we can contact Mom. Oh, I'm sorry, let me check. Oh, I left it in the library. Darn. We'll never know.
Yeah, so she tells you, Jean Lamore, no, I'm afraid I don't recall anyone like that. I think I would have remembered a voice like that. But not really anyone wants to sing in this environment, so I can't say for sure. There have been a couple of halflings, but I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much. Keep your eyes peeled for me, if you can.
Of course, maybe she'll be at the market.
I hope so.
And as you walk as well, Rhea is just kind of saying, yes, maybe we can find a way to help these people. We must save these people in the city. And she kind of says, she's a little bit afraid herself about the situation with Torm. She's like, what if Torm fails to persuade this Primus to take his side? Then most of these people are doomed. And for those of us who swore the creed resolute, like Ethel and I, escaping Elturel would only delay our ultimate fate. And also in the last session, you guys did some research on Candlekeep as well. Ethel and JL read some books on divination and lute playing. So Ethel, I gave you the detect magic spell for free.
Nice.
And JL, you now have a feature that gives you a +1 to performance checks made when playing the lute.
Sweet.
And also, you did some research on a couple of other topics, and I've given you a handout with some information on these topics. I think it's in your handouts already. It's this, where am I? Candlekeep research. It's like actually a fair bit of text, so maybe I'll like post it later in the Discord. If you
Oh no, we have homework.
read of it.
I just did school. I just finished it.
My brain is full. And also, as you're walking down this street towards Shiara's market, Lulu is kind of in good spirits. She seems excited to have just like saved some people and to have some combat with some evil devils. And also at this point, as you're walking, Kensei, you hear Gargorth's voice in your mind coming from the shield of the Hidden Lord. He's like, I can feel my strength returning here. My time has nearly come. And you feel again one of these like pulses of energy like vibrating out from the shield. But you don't notice anything, any kind of result. And as you're walking, you feel like another couple of these pulses, and they seem to almost like increase in intensity. And like the last one is almost like physically kind of like vibrates the shield, almost like pulls your arm up, sort of thing. And you feel like this energy and this heat radiating out from the shield. And Gargorth like continues to kind of whisper in your mind at this point after trying to do whatever it is that he's doing. He's like, we should not tarry in this place. This place is lost. We should go to Avernus. There are many treasures there. There is great power to be found if you know how to look.
I'm only human. Calm down. I only got legs, all right?
But you said you would help me. You said you would free me.
Do I look like I can teleport at will here? Give me a minute, all right? I only have a base walking speed. I don't have a ship. I can't just go sail off in directions at kind of like great speeds.
Is he talking out loud right now to himself? 'Cause I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about, Kensei?
Yeah, because you can't hear. Yeah, because you can't hear Gargoyle, so it would certainly it would look like that.
I'm only human, and blah 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 about my legs, and I have a boat. And I'm like, I'm gonna grab Lulu and be like, pull her away from him, like that crazy.
He seems crazy.
He is crazy. I'm just gonna like pat her on the head and like.
Now wait a minute, we all just agreed to go to hell. None of us is sane in this group.
Well, at least we're not talking to ourselves.
Give it time.
Yes.
That's true. Hell can do strange things to your mind. I forgot everything about my past.
Yeah, but you're cute.
Speaking of cute, why is Traxico an otter?
So Lulu is like, he did tell me the story about this. It's a love story, actually.
Oh no.
He says, he was transformed years ago because he was in love with a woman, and he was unfaithful to her, and she was very mad at him, and she loved otters, so he polymorphed into an otter because it was her favorite animal, in an attempt to regain her love and her forgiveness. And she said that he would have to remain an otter forever to make up for cheating on her. And she cast a very powerful spell, a wish spell on him in anger, and made him an otter permanently. And luckily he retained his spellcasting ability. But yeah, he isn't powerful enough to change back, but he says he doesn't care. Because he wants to look that way because he still hopes to prove his love for her by staying like that.
Oh, it is so sad. but Jail's also like sort of writing this or like trying to remember this for like future songs.
Talk about an otter devastating position he's been in.
And as you continue walking down this street as well, I'm just going to roll a little die.
And
A
demon
couple of die.
And I was going to say, before we enter the market space, we'll like to suss it out first in case there's any action.
Okay. Ooh.
as the Sentinel of Avernus becomes among us.
Okay. So
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
all right. So give me a marching order.
First,
Can I be in the middle? That feels like a good place for me.
I'll definitely be towards the front as well.
I'll be somewhere like third.
I'll be lost.
Okay, so the first three people, as you're like walking down here, all of a sudden like the earth begins to shake, and these cracks appear just to the side of where the party is walking, and all of a sudden a huge portion of the ground like sinks inwards like a sinkhole, and so the first three in the marching order, can you give me a dex save?
Can Lulu fly me? I have also could you like can I like hang on for like a little flying elephant and just like glide over, you know? I'm just gliding with Lulu.
That's
I
an
don't
elephant
know
parachute.
how she's
How
pretty
strong is
small.
Lulu?
Yeah, but I think in this case she doesn't have time to react.
Come on. Second save?
Yeah, dex save.
so I take it that's been more than like 10 minutes, so that one like inspiration that I got is just nope. Like in the beginning of the first combat.
Wait, you had inspiration? Wait, I forget.
Yeah,
Oh,
from
Bardic.
Bardic.
yeah, Bardic inspiration. I'm sorry.
Oh, the bardic inspiration. No, you can still use that. Wait, how long
I'm
does it
gonna
last?
use that because I.
Only what, like 1
Oh.
minute or something?
Oh,
See.
oh.
Yeah,
It's like
probably
10
one.
minutes.
If it's 10 minutes, you.
It's like
me-
weird.
Sorry.
Oh,
One
you
second,
muted
let me
me.
check.
Hold on, I think Anna's muted me.
Adrian, do you know you're muted or not?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh no! Oh no!
All right. Oh, I have to unmute myself. There you go. Can you hear me now? Okay.
I could just see your mouth moving. Like that seems like that's an accident.
You didn't.
10 minutes.
You didn't like the
10 minutes.
sinkhole, I guess, Anna.
What?
You muted me.
Oh, no. I meant to mute you. I muted you?
Yeah,
Oh,
it told me that
sorry.
you muted me.
We'll have none of that, thank you.
Yeah, if it lasts for 10 minutes, that's fine. You can use your bardic inspo.
All right, good, because I bet you $5 are probably gonna fail this because text is not my forte.
$5 whole? I need that. I hope.
I mean,
DC
that
is
wasn't
13.
What did I roll?
17.
Oh, just in case it was good.
Did everyone else already? No.
It was
So
like-
just Ethel and JL.
I thought it was like.
I thought it was
I thought it was just
yes.
three?
Oh, sorry, you're right. It was just the first three. My bad. Okay, so you managed to jump out of the way of this sinkhole. But as you do that, let me see. Okay. So as you jump out of this sinkhole, you kind of like, a couple of you like sort of jump and roll to get out of this sinkhole, and like Lulu sort of flies out of the way, and Rhea jumps to the side, and Harkina kind of pulls these two toddlers out of the way. And a couple of the rest of the party who's standing at the back, you notice just down the street to the south, you catch a glimpse of what looks like 4, maybe 5 cloaked figures kind of sneaking out of an alleyway, and they like sneak kind of around the corner and like into a residence. It almost looks like they're trying not to be seen. And when you see them also, you can smell like this disgusting smell. Like it smells like the reek of death and decay. And you see them like kind of like almost, like push open a door and sort of like push into like some kind of residence or something. Do you do anything?
Let me just see if I have anything I can do. Well,
Why not?
I don't think I would, because we're in hell and they could just be creeps. Or like
Hell creeps.
Sorry. Or they could just be normal people, like trying to get to like another part of town. I don't know.
Can I cast? Did they went into the residence and then is the door still open? Oh wait, never mind. It doesn't matter. I read something wrong. Because I think I can cast clairvoyance and put the sensor right inside the residence that they went in, and I can choose to see or hear what they're doing.
Nice.
Okay.
I don't know which one would be better for that. But
okay, so where's...
Probably see.
How does that work? I don't... So you can...
Yeah, so you create
sensor
an
within
invisible
range.
sensor, and then it says it can be in a really obvious location that's unfamiliar to you. So like just right inside there. I feel like it's probably fine.
Clairvoyance is sweet.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you cast this sensor into this residence, into kind of like the room where you think these creatures have gone, and as you become aware of the contents of the room, you can see these cloaked figures. A couple of them, like the cloaks on their head, have fallen off, and you can see their faces. They just look like these deathly pale, creepy looking, like almost rotting corpse-like creatures with like large fangs and these long tongues. And you see them as they actually begin to consume something on this table. They all crowd around this table. And there's like 5 of them, and they, I guess if you can see pretty clearly, like they're all like digging into what looks like the remains of like a human family. And they're just like pulling out these like intestines and just like chewing into them and eating them and kind of like, fighting each other off and like...
It's better that I chose seeing and not hearing, right? Because this would be a horrible noise.
Yeah. Also, don't forget about that. Since this is the divination spell, you have that mastery feature thing.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, so you get another spell slot, you mean?
Yeah.
Nice.
I forgot that
We're in
that
hell.
was the
We need to keep
divination
on our
spell.
toes.
Yes, I appreciate it.
And so you can't hear anything, but you...
It says as an action, I can switch back and forth between seeing and hearing. So if I see them looking like they were talking or something, I would switch. But they're also creepy zombie creatures, so...
So
I also picture it's like seeing it's like, oh, that's worse. Hearing it, oh,
Yeah.
that's even worse.
Oh no, the noise. Oh, the body.
Go back to the hearing. No, go back to the...
It would be very funny to just watch Ethel go through this, just like the horror. Just it's worse. I thought it would be
Hell
better.
really does change people. Oh.
Yeah. See, another person speaking to themselves already.
Ethel, are you okay?
No, Ethel is not okay. Gross. Grosser. Just...
But I will say that as you're like watching this scene, you witness there's like some cupboards along one side of the wall. It's kind of like a front room, but it's like a small abode where there's kind of like a kitchen in this like front area, and you see what looks like a cupboard open, and as you watch, you can see a child like creep out from this cupboard, just kind of behind where these creatures are like digging into this corpse, and she begins to try to like sneak around them, but then you watch as like one of them becomes aware of her, and it kind of like lifts its head up. It's got this like blood pouring down its mouth, and this like piece of offal like dangling out from its fangs. It's like, well, you can't hear it, so it's like,
Damn you, Adrian! Damn you! Far away the house. Far away the house.
I think Ethel gives very little explanation and is just like, "There's a baby," and starts running down.
Alina's gonna dash towards a baby.
Baby.
So you do see also while you're watching that as this thing begins to approach this girl, she sees it and she like scrambles back into the cupboard and like closes the door.
Okay, so how far away are we? Like, I guess
Maybe only about like 10-15 feet. It's pretty close. It's like just
okay,
down here.
because
Or
I
something.
can message this child and be like, "Stay in there, we're coming for you."
Okay.
That's even worse.
No, wait, that's worse. That's a bad thing to say. Well, I can say we're gonna save you, okay? Oh no, it's not. I'm not the zombie lady. That's the entire message. Ethel says we're coming for you, then goes, "Oh no, I'm not the zombie. Oh no."
Creepy old lady voice.
They're zombie.
Exactly. This is what happens. I terrify this child.
Library. Shh.
Oh my god, I should shush that. Be quiet.
Don't scream,
So-
little girl.
So by the end of this campaign, we're gonna have to make a running tally of how many people we accidentally give PTSD from our encounter.
So many.
Okay, so you come dashing down here. Harkina and her kids, they don't follow you. They kind of
Fair.
stand back. And you come down here and you can kind of, like run up to the door of this abode. And I will now take us over to this blank map. And I'm actually going to draw this one because I don't have maps for these random encounters. So just bear with me as I remember how this works.
The random baby. So
The creatures.
Sorry, what was that, Mahkah?
Could Ethel recognize the creatures?
oh
What type of
yeah.
species they are?
If you want to give me a religion check, Ethel.
Okie dokie.
So 13. I will say that you know like a little bit about various kinds of creatures, being the wizard and the learned individual that you are. So you recognize these as like they're like a kind of an undead. And you think these things are called ghasts. They're similar to ghouls, but they're kind of known to be more deadly and cunning, and they're typically able to paralyze their victims with their claws. And you would know also from your readings that they're usually formed when the souls of the dead are prevented from leaving their bodies for some reason.
Okay, I guess. Did you say a ghast?
Yes.
All right, I'll be like, "We've got ghasts and a baby. Don't get paralyzed." As I'm running down the street.
Like, you have gas?
Baby?
I'm aghast.
Okay. All right, Ethel. I'm going to not run directly behind Ethel because I don't want to be gassed.
Okay, so sorry, just bear with me because I haven't had much experience doing this. I will say this is, you probably can't see anything, so I'll just dump you down here. You'll fall from the sky. Cat's dead.
What a
Luna's
surprise!
fine. I don't think Luna's ever died. No, maybe once.
Okay, listen, Luna can just fly away.
Once when she was being bad and harassing an NPC, so you punished her. I thought I was doing good. Okay?
Oh, right, the old man.
Oh, the old man.
I was going to
The
go get
old
more
man.
people. So yes, she was
Killed
harassing
the old
him. I thought
man.
it was good.
You murdered an old man.
I didn't
And
murder
you
That's how
really
I
burned
remember
the
it.
16-year-old.
Targeting him.
You really messed with the 16-year-old.
Okay.
Kill her either.
You came real close.
And 16-year-olds are assholes.
That's also fair.
Like we are any different? We're also assholes.
We just used manacles on her. Tied it to the.
Yeah.
Okay, so these things are all inside this room, and they're like kind of standing around this table that's like here, just like.
Which way does the door swing?
I don't know. I'm making this up. It swings inwards.
Okay.
Oh, good.
I think Elturel's egress paths. I need to swing outwards for safety compliance.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the door opens outwards, but that's just me.
We'll add this to the list of transgressions the Elturel contract.
Note to self.
I'd also like to know where the windows are on the building.
Yeah, also, where's this cupboard, baby?
Okay. Okay, so actually, so Ethel, you would know the location of these things. You can see there's like a window here, and there is a door here, and that would probably be it. I guess maybe this is not here. And the cupboard is like kind of along here. Pretty big room, actually.
I feel like you should just give me a fun surprise round just for me. I just really want to I want to use this wind fan and just knock them all down.
Girl
A
is like
cupboard
hiding
ditty.
here. Okay. All right. So. Oh, who hasn't rolled an initiative? Mahkah.
Oh, yep.
All right.
All our initiative was pretty not good there, except for Jean-Lamour.
Okay, but this thing is
Average,
just
they rolled really good.
eating
Yeah.
these corpses on the table and doesn't see you coming. So, Jean Lamont.
Oh, okay. So Jean Lamour is gonna. Okay, so he's gonna cast Fairy Fire again
Okay.
on these guys, and
So the door, where the door from.
oh, is it open?
Oh
or
no,
closed?
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. So the door is open, and so you can see. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, awesome. That's good. And they just need to give me. Was it dexterity?
Dex saves 1,
Yep.
2, 3. 1 dex, 2 dex,
3 decks.
1, 2, 3, 4,
4
5.
decks.
Oh,
And what do we got?
dex.
Fail. Wait, what was the DC? 15. So
15.
fail, pass, fail, pass. Okay, nice. Much more effective than the last one.
then yes. And then I'm gonna run away over here.
Retreat! Retreat!
Okay. As this regal gold light flashes in the room, all of these creatures are like, and they kind of like stop what they're doing and they look up and they look around. And at this point, they look out through this door and they can see that you're all kind of standing there, or sort of running towards this door. So this one here like pushes past. It continues to scrape at the door of this cupboard here. So it's not going to do anything yet, but this one certainly is immediately going to run out the door towards Ethel.
Oh no.
And you can just smell this like stench of death and rot. It's like, it almost makes you nauseous as this thing like runs at you. and it's just like dressed in these kind of like ragged remains of clothing. It's got these long, sharp claws, and yeah, it's just got this like unnaturally extended tongue like sticking out of its mouth, and it comes directly for you and attempts to bite into you with its fangs, and misses.
That's embarrassing. Missing me is embarrassing. Honestly, I forgot that the entire strategy I'm supposed to do in battle is not be near the people attacking.
And okay, that's all it's going to do. So Kensei.
All right. So first off, I'm going to move up to here, and then as a bonus action, I would like to place the cold man. Oh, I clicked on it. I didn't mean to do that. We'll put him right there.
Okay.
Right in there. And then we will start to smack this guy right in front of us. Yeah.
Oh, the door's here, by the way. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm only following what the information I know, damn it. Alright, so this will be advantage.
Yep, that hits.
And then normal.
Nice, 13 bludgeoning. As this
And then
thing
we'll do
is,
another.
like, trying to tooth into Ethel, you just come up around the side and just like smash it in the side of its torso. It's like
Another one.
Quick question, where's Rhea?
oh, Ray doesn't
Oh,
exist.
yeah, actually.
Where is Ray? Ray. Okay. And hopefully she doesn't go first. Okay.
So that's.
Sweet. 25 hits.
And then we go to damage. Normal.
Alright, another 8. Alright. It's looking like pretty battered as you just smash into it. And so
Alright.
it's definitely bloody now.
Cool. Do I want to get? See how many? How many health wise? That is. No. You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna use an action search because there's a lot of things they're gonna be getting into when you did clear them out quickly. So yeah, we'll use an action surge. Where is that? Where's my ability? There's action surge done. Use that ability, and then I will do another attack against this guy. With advantage. Wait, what am I doing? There it is. Attack. Advantage.
Okay, so same one. Yep, 22 hits.
Yep, same one. Sorry.
I think you did say. I was trying to work out if it was the cold man or the... Alright, another 6 bludgeoning. Okay, it's still standing, but it's looking pretty bludgeoned.
Oh, you're dead, but you just don't know it yet. Again!
Okay. 13 hits. And it's like
Alright,
turned to
cool.
face you now, and it's like reaching out for you with its claws as you're like smashing into it just repeatedly. Is 7 enough to take it down? It's like still standing, but you just smash it into the head, and like part of its like skull caves in as it's still like reaching out for you.
Alright, I am also going to continue with my movement just a little bit, and I'm going to also use Unleash Incarnation to hit this guy as well.
Sweet.
Gotta bring up the combo again. So don't want to keep it.
That hits.
Alright, cool. Let's go to the normal.
6 bludgeoning. Okay.
And I will continue this way, and that will be my turn.
Okay. Alright, this thing, like, climbs up onto the table, like, kind of climbs over to it, and comes over to the cold man, and it just, like, looks at the cold man, like, it's like, turns its head, cocks its head to the side, like, trying to work out what this thing is, and it's, like, sniffing at it, like, but it doesn't do anything other than that yet. Okay. Lulu is going to come into here and she'll try to drive her tusks into this thing's back as it's kind of like turning to... Oh yeah, it has advantage. Thank you. Doesn't matter. It misses as this thing kind of like turns to sort of face you, Kensei, with its like half destroyed head, and she kind of attempts to stab it with its tusk, but it kind of turns on its side, and so she just misses it. This one in here comes over. It was like facing this direction as well, so it would have seen the cold man attack its... Well, I don't know if it really has allies, but it's like, it comes up anyway and tries to... Actually, it's going to try to claw the cold man. Misses. They're just like looking at this thing like, what is this?
I just picture it as the claw. It's like,
oh yeah, like it's like it's like claw like sticks into the side of the door, like Luna.
Can she like hold an action to swoop in and give a help action if something runs out of the door, since this one's almost dead and has fairy fire kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to do that then.
She can probably fly over the head of the cold man as well, I think, or even through him if she wants to.
Yeah, I feel like if I put her in the house, how high is the ceiling?
It's pretty...
Are you baiting me?
This has all been a trap.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being baited.
I feel like I have to even things out. Like, I'm treating Ethel's cat so badly.
No, I don't leave her in compromising positions, that's all.
It's probably only like 7 or 8 feet tall in there. It's like pretty like humble abode.
How tall is this ghast thing?
They would be like pretty tall actually, I believe.
Okay.
Like they're kind of stooping a little bit to be in there.
Holding an action it is then.
Okay.
I can't. Oh, sorry, my map's too big. I'll do the thing, but
that's...
Yeah, I guess it's my turn anyway. Thanks.
No worries.
Okay. Is this an alleyway over here on the left or the top side of the north side of the house?
Like this thing?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a very narrow alleyway between the houses.
Narrow meaning I have to squeeze, or narrow meaning I could make it down?
I'll say you can just run through there without squeezing.
Okay. I would like to use my bonus action, cunning action, to dash.
Okay.
And,
Ooh, I like this.
Okay. I'd like to check the window quietly to see if it opens or if it's locked.
Okay, so this would just be like shutters, just wooden shutters, and if you kind of try to pull on them, they're locked, but they seem kind of loose. They're kind of rickety.
Okay. I'm gonna hold an action to like push them open once I know there's less of them in there.
Okay.
Or until it's my next turn and I can check. But yeah, that's it.
But you can't see in there, so that's the only thing.
Oh, so there's no cracks?
Yeah, probably not. They're just like...
Okay. All right, I will...
Just solid wooden panels.
Okay, I'll just hold an action to attack something if it comes to the shutters, if it happens to hear me.
Okay.
And then wait till my next turn.
Well, the only thing is, how would you attack it through the shutters? So the shutters, you'd have to pull them open?
Yeah, if they open them, if they heard me and opened them for me, I'd stab them. Okay, yes. Sweet. Yeah, if they did it for me, then I'd attack them.
Okay. Okay, Ethel. Actually, give me a stealth check, actually, just before we move off Alina. Were you trying to move quietly around there? I think you did say that.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Okay,
my stealth's pretty high, so I'm never too worried.
You never make much noise.
Especially with all the advantages you have from your equipment.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I don't make any sound with my boots.
Yeah,
so.
that's true. You're not, you'd have to be yelling or something.
Yeah.
You have to actively be drawing attention, so you just open your mouth.
Yeah.
Says the guy who talks to himself.
Takes one to know one. You could say I've experience in this dilemma.
We're gonna have a fight.
Alina versus Kensei. We can do a 1v1.
Let's go! I'm sure my owl can take him, so it's fine.
Kensei, watch your ass.
I got you for 3 minutes.
All right, Ethel.
Okay, I have just a fun, quick question. That's, one of those things that's... Well, okay. Well, this is a lot of pressure now, actually. No, so you know how we talked about how sometimes D&D rules don't make any sense? Like if you're in darkness and there is light, you can't see it. If I cast Shatter in here, is it going to hurt Cupboard Baby if they're not in range? Because it's like a super loud noise, So it's like, that feels like rude to do to a Cupboard Baby.
Yeah. As long as the area of effect doesn't go into the cupboard, then you would know as the spellcaster that although it would be very loud, it would be unlikely to harm Cupboard Baby.
I'll just be like, "Sorry, Cupboard Baby," and then I think if I put it here, does that get all of them in there like that? Can you see where I'm putting it? I don't remember how this works.
That gets
not the one up there.
Not the one to the top right, yeah.
Can the cold man get hurt? If I
you have seen the cold man just seem to be previously not be too much affected by some spells.
All right, then I will move it over one, and I don't know how to do that. Why can't I click on it?
Oh, so if you go to the top left, it's the measurement controls. And when you click that ruler on the left, sorry, the second down from the top left.
I figured it out. I'm a genius. I can do basic computer things. Okay, never mind. I take back what I said about me being a genius. I'm confused. I've confused myself again. Okay, that's not a person. Why did it work before and now it doesn't work? Help me.
No, what's happening? Wait, are you moving it there? Okay.
I thought that would
but then, yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm just a fool and it never could get all of them.
Can't you just move it up one?
Well, because I don't want to hit Cupboard Baby.
But isn't she in the cupboard in front of this guy?
I'm right in front of that guy, because I would know where Cupboard Baby is.
Yeah, you saw
anyone that knows.
Yeah.
I saw Cupboard Baby.
You saw her going here.
Oh, gosh.
So you can move it up. Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, there we go. We saved Cupboard Baby.
Okay.
You had faith. You had this.
All right,
I should know how to use a computer. This is so upsetting.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Fail, pass. All right.
And so I roll my damage. They take half damage, I think. If they save.
They pass. Okay, 18 thunder damage. 18. Oh, shit.
I can just picture Alina just kind of finish running over this. Okay, I got this now.
I just thought it was funny. You were like, let me wait for a moment when they're not paying attention. And I was like, they're not going to hear anything in a second. I blew out their eardrums.
Yeah, so as this explosion goes off in this room, like these like bits and pieces of the bodies of these ghasts just go like flying off. Like one of them, it like just like tears like an arm off, and one of them like a huge like chunk comes out of its torso, and the other one like pieces of flesh off its shoulder, and like one of them you blow its tongue off, and you also blow like 2 cupboard doors off here. They're just smashed, and this table is like blown aside, and these corpses that are lying on the table are like blown apart as well. I'll say like 2 of them are just like completely blown apart, and all this like blood goes like splattering all over the all over the wall and the walls and all over the. Actually, Alina, you hear this like on this
I'm actively gagging. I'm giving myself away because I'm gagging outside the window.
I've created a beautiful horror movie scene. Which actually, I guess it was already a horror movie scene. I've just made it worse, I guess.
I just picture that there's only some spatter coming up because a lot of it's being kind of like absorbed, kind of like blocked by the cold men. But there's just like a quick like yeah.
Oh gosh, gross. Okay, I think that's it for me. I think I just have to stay with this guy. I blow him a little kiss.
All right, Mahkah.
Okay, how are these guys looking after that?
The one in front of Ethel is looking like really fucked up. The one that you can see, I'll probably say you can probably only really clearly see this one.
Yeah.
It's like, it's probably the one that's like, it had its like tongue blown off. Actually, it would have been like in front of the blast. It was kind of like blown forward. Like one of its arms is blown off. It's like barely hanging on. You reckon like bloodied.
Okay. Mahkah wants to use Thorn Whip on that one. And he'll say to Kensei, I'll line him up. You finish him off. So then, oh wait, can he be pulled through? Oh, we'll find out shortly.
Yeah, so
through the creatures.
Attack, so he's going to have. Let me think, because the cold man's not a creature, so that's okay. So I'll say, yeah, you still managed to get it. This thorny whip just goes like over Ethel and like past this ghast and like past the cold man.
Cool. And to drag him out the front door to that position.
Okay, so the cold man, I think, yeah, we did say that it's difficult terrain. But I mean, you're dragging it with this whip. Let me see.
And under like most times when it says like when a creature is like forced to move via difficult terrain, it's just they move the way difficult terrain doesn't calculate into that.
Right, because it's just being dragged. Okay, I didn't know that. That is helpful. Yeah, okay, we'll say that it is just dragged through the cold man. That's fine.
Yeah, because there's like a whole big calculation with like what spell was it? It was there's like a cheese grater lock where you have like spikes in the ground for you have some spells, and you like force creatures to move around it and like manipulate their movement.
Spike
and just
growth.
takes a ton of damage.
Is it spike growth? I fucking love
that one.
spell.
Mm.
Yeah. you were doing that, Anna, with
I love that spell.
Yeah.
I've
With,
got that in mind.
Scrofa.
Don't worry.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
so good.
And it does the 3 piercing as well. Okay, anything else?
No, thanks.
Okay, at the top of the round, I'm just going to roll a d10. Okay, the entire city seems to lurch again as an earthquake passes through the whole area and objects fall from some of the buildings and cracks form in the ground. So everyone give me a dex save again. Dex save 10 or prone. And give these guys some dex saves. Is there a way to just rapidly do like multiple saves?
Shit.
What am I doing? Fine. Okay, so there's 1 fail. And I think 1 more. Okay. So the one that you just pulled through here with the thorn whip, actually, should it be prone anyway, Mahkah? Does the thorn whip make it prone? Actually, I don't remember reading
I
that.
don't think so. I'll just have a quick read.
Okay, well, it's going to go prone anyway from this earthquake.
Doesn't matter.
Well, because if it was already prone, then I would have made the next one prone.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Okay. And this one in here, it's done sniffing at the cold man. It's seen its other ghastly friend sniff. Oh, I haven't been doing something that I... Okay, I forgot something about these creatures. It's going to try to bite the cold man. Like, is this thing edible? Okay, Jean Lemore.
Okay, Jean Lemore's going to try something little bit creative here. And he's going to cast a minor illusion of like intestines and dead bodies, because I guess he's seen through into this table to see that they were eating. He's going to cast it over here because I feel like this guy will be looking in that direction. And then he's gonna also give Rhea a bardic inspo.
Nice.
Ooh. Okay, no, never mind.
And so it's just an image.
Yeah, it's like a sorry,
Just a
1
pile
second.
of blood and guts.
Yeah, the most delicious blood and guts he's ever seen.
Can you determine the deliciousness of it when you're casting the spell? Okay. All right, so we'll see what happens. Rhea, like, kind of hears you giving this encouragement to her and says, "Thank you. We're gonna need to stick together." And she steps forward and swings her longsword at this one, and she'll have advantage. 24 hits. And she might ruin your...
She might just
your
kill
ploy.
everything.
That is also good.
Oh, she'll have advantage on this one as it is prone.
Old reliable Rhea.
She's still only a CR3.
Lead him up the mess.
She's still only CR3. She's strong. Okay. And a short sword. And that one misses. Oh, sorry, she has advantage.
Whoa!
Oh, shit.
Oh, it's quite a lot. Does it? Oh, she takes it out as well. I'm sorry, JL. It looks like the only ones who knew of this tasty-looking meat have been slain. She looks at you. She looks over at this offal and she sort of suddenly puts two and two together, and she's like, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you cast that."
What's really funny is like, Kensei, I'll bring him up. You take him down. Rhea, mine.
All right. Okay. This creature hears Alina gag as this blood like spatters on the back of these shutters. It's going to come over here and it's going to use its action to smash open the shutters. So you can go ahead and release your.
I thought you were going to say delicately opens the shutters with the winder, like nice and big.
Like, how does this work?
The loot.
Nice, 21 hits. Okay. 8 piercing. Alright, and it's taken its action, so that'll be that. Kensei.
Get up. Frick Elturel, I'm coming here to save your ass, and you're doing this to me.
Oh, I forgot the damage from the fucking. We'll say that nothing fell off the roof onto Kensei or Rhea or Luna. Only on Luna.
Wow. He's definitely
Finally,
here, though.
kill the owl. Do it.
All right.
Anything's
so-
more even.
I'll continue to use the cold man to hit this one in particular.
North or south?
South.
Okay.
As I recall, hitting that one last time. As well keep whoop that.
Let me see,
No.
actually. This feature... 5 feet. Okay, cool. That hits.
Alright, cool.
11 bludgeoning. Alright, it's looking pretty fucked up.
Again!
That hits.
Nope. Damage.
Not quite enough to kill it, but it looks like it's barely hanging on.
Alright. With that, I will back up 5 feet, and I will end my turn that way.
Okay, Lulu flies into the room through the cold man, and she's gonna go here. Actually, she's gonna go after the one that you were just attacking, because she saw you kind of hitting at it. And she'll, well, I guess she's gonna cop an op attack if she does that. Okay, she'll just go here. Try to take this one down. Has advantage.
Finally, she hit something.
And not very well. And it's still standing. She gets like one of her tusks like stuck in its like rotting flesh. She's like, oh no!
Oh no!
It's like we're seeing a young child trying to do a job we've all been doing for years, and it's like, it's something! Oh no, it's something!
This one is still attacking the cold man.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't have to roll damage.
Yeah, just any damage hits it. Yep. Okay, so Luna's action would have gone off. You were just waiting for the door to become clear. Was that it?
Yeah, if something came out, she would have
Oh, something came out.
flew
Okay.
in and bought it. So yeah.
Okay.
I'll get her to go in and get, like, I guess it's already got advantage, the ones with fairy fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
If she's in the room, does it count as sneak attack if she's on the other side of it?
What the hell is going on? Sorry, I'm struggling with the. Say that one more time.
If I put her next to this guy in here, does it give me sneak attack on my turn?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Actually, you should have got sneak attack last turn too, because this thing still had the fairy fire on it.
Oh yes,
So
it
you had
has. So
advantage.
we've had advantage. You can take that now if you want.
Okay.
Why can't I turn off this ready action? Oh, must have just been a user error. Okay, so another 10 damage to this thing. Might be enough
Okay.
to do it. Yeah, you took it out.
Perfect.
You just like
Alright,
stab her.
so Luna's just gonna stay out here. I'm gonna end her turn and then move in.
Okay. Yeah, you can. Would it be big enough for? Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. And then go to the cupboard and open the cupboard.
Okay.
And then use my action to grab her
Okay.
and tell her it's okay. I'll be like, it's okay. I'm here to save you, and pull her out.
Okay, so she looks like she's going to resist at first. She looks like pretty awkward, like pretty frightened, terrified, like, but as you speak to her in this calming way and go to reach for her, you see like tears well up in her eyes, and she kind of like launches forward, like into your arms, and like sort of like holds you, like, doesn't say anything at this point, as she can kind of still, as she finds herself in your arms, she can then see the rest of the room, and she still sees these creatures are here. She's like, ah!
Cover her
Okay.
eyes.
And then I'll use
Exploded in
my
her family.
bonus action. I'm just gonna like cover her face, like tuck her into my cloak, and
Okay.
bonus action dash out of the
I don't
room.
think so.
Can I do that?
Let me see.
Because I have the cunning action to use my dash as a bonus action.
Yeah, so like, okay, you've got to climb out the window. So the window will be difficult terrain. So you've been there, so you've gone 5, 10, and now you're grappling her. So that would have taken an action to grapple her. So that's, you've done that. Okay, so then, 5, 10, 15, grapple her. So then 20, 25, 30. Oh yeah, okay, so you can do that. Okay.
Okay.
Sweet. So you pull her out the window.
Yeah.
Quick back, Suha!
And then my bonus action allows me to dash. So I can move another 30 feet, right? Because I have difficult terrain because I'm carrying her?
Yes. So it would have been 5, 10, 15, 20. Sorry, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then I see what you're saying. You can dash with her still. Yes, you can do that. Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
And then...
Shouldn't have questioned you.
It's okay.
I did all that math for nothing.
I cheat a lot, apparently. So.
Oh, wait, except you can't move 30. You'd only be able to move 15 on your dash.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes.
And then I'll just yell at the end, I have the girl.
Okay.
Mission
Not a baby.
Come on, baby.
I was looking for like a baby. I'm like, you're not a baby.
You stay.
Listen,
You're not a baby.
Listen, I look like 130. This is a baby to her, all right?
Like, the child.
The baby. So let's see. I have to, I think, move to get this guy. Okay, my computer's having a breakdown. Today's just okay. What's happening is that I'm using the template. So it's like, what's going on? I still don't know how technology works.
Sure.
Okay, listen, I'm supposed to know what's going on, and I still don't. So if I move here, I think I can get this guy, right, with a firebolt.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm just gonna do that. That was so much effort. It's just attack with firebolts.
That's a hit.
You have advantage if you want to crit fish, by the way.
Sure, I did not know that. I only have 2 brain cells left.
Yep. Okay, that's enough to take it down. It's just like as it goes up in flames.
And that's it for me.
Okay, Mahkah.
Okay. So slight change of plans. Mahkah will like to move into that position and cast just Frostbite.
Okay.
Where are
advantage?
we? Frostbite. Oh, there's no it's just cast. Oh no, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's a
it's
saving
just-
throw. Saving throw.
Yeah, it's saving throw. Yeah.
Sweet.
Whoa!
I'm doing my bit.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And end turn, thanks.
Okay. Top of the round. An 8. Okay. Nothing happens. Jean-Lamont.
Oh. Whew. Okay. Okay. Jean Moore is gonna try and see this guy and cast Vicious Mockery at him.
Okay.
So that's a DC 15 Wisdom. Oh, you are so stinky and stupid.
It barely understands, but it still seems psychically disturbed.
6.
Nice.
And yes, disadvantage on his next attack.
Okay. Rhea. Oh yeah, I should give Rhea to someone next time. Rhea's going to run into here. And
Rhea, clean up the last of them.
she's going to use the 1d... Oh, it's a 1d8 now, isn't it? She's going to use it.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely hits.
Oh,
Oh, and she has advantage. I might as well crit fish.
Mm.
Nope. Okay. 5 slashing. Still has advantage. Alright. One more hit should do it. Okay. And she like hacks this thing's head off as well. It's like the second time today that you've seen her like hack a creature's head off.
A lot of vengeance there. She's
And Lulu's like, yay, vengeance! And with that, let's take a 5-minute break.
All right.
All right. Yeah. So as Rhea slays the last of these ghasts, the environment turns relatively quiet again, although there's still obviously the sounds of distant screams and flames lapping at buildings and strikes of lightning and various creatures flying around above. But Alina, you have this young girl in hand, and she like clings to you and sort of looks up at you like,
Oh.
She's like, who are you? Where's my uncle?
Sorry, I'm chewing.
You just say that to her? Sorry, not now. Not now, I'm eating.
Yeah, I'm eating like the
After-
monsters
yeah, I was
consuming
gonna
your
say.
family.
There was like a zombie
I'm
feast.
chewing. Yeah. I'm sorry, what's this? A finger? Correct.
It's a Scotch finger.
It's actually from a snack box, so it's from like I don't know, Britain or something. Yeah, I don't know. You
A
get
British finger? Weird.
You
you
can
get them
tell.
from like international treats. Anyway, I'm just going to tell her I'm Alina and ask her who she is. Maybe get her off the topic of her uncle for now.
Alina. My name's Shora. Shora
So-
O'Branch.
Sure. Oh, okay. I'm gonna bring her around to the front. And look for the cute elephant to hopefully.
I'm gonna
Lulu
walk right
comes
up to
out.
it.
She's got like blood all over her tusk and her face.
I'm gonna prestidigitation clean her very quickly before I turn the little girl around and traumatize her more.
She's like, hi,
and-
I'm Lulu. What's your name? And she kind of like sort of struggles to sort of get away. She's a little bit afraid at first, but then she sort of giggles a little bit, sort of reaches out to like poke Lulu. She's like,
Athos is just
sure.
gonna walk up. She's just gonna walk up to this child and just hold out her hand like it's a firm business handshake and just be like, "Hello, I'm Ethel. Hello, cupboard baby. Nice to meet you. What would you like to be called?"
covered baby. She kind of shies away from you. She like puts her head back into like Alina's like shoulder.
Understandable. We'll just turn around and
You're
walk
my old lady. I'll tell her it's all right, and that these people are all friends, and clean off anybody who comes out of the house looking like death.
Rhea definitely comes out like just covered in
I'm like,
gore
oh
and blood.
god. Yeah, 100%. Everybody's getting cleaned and smell proofed because I don't do dead bodies. Corpses, gross. Yeah.
And she says, "Can you take me to my uncle?"
Where's your uncle? Do you know where he is?
My uncle was advising the High Knights at the High Hall.
Okay. Once we figure out how to get there, we can definitely take you to him.
He can do magic.
Oh,
Or at least
okay.
find him to take you back, because I don't think taking you through Hellturel as it currently is a very safe move.
Well, we're not leaving her here.
No. I mean, like, we'll take her back to the, like, hopefully find a safe place, but we're not gonna, having her go through the High Hall at this current state would probably be very, very, very dangerous.
Yeah. Well,
I
we
have a
have
babysitter.
two other kids with the mom too, so at least she'll have other kids to hide and stay with on top of it.
Be traumatized with.
Yeah.
Please take me to him. He can do magic. He can save all of us.
Oh,
What kind of
He
magic?
can protect us. He can protect you.
Okay.
what is his name?
Selton, O'Branch. He can do nature magic.
All right. Can you do any magic?
No.
That's okay.
Yo, Rhea, does the name Selton mean anything to you? O'Branch?
It does not ring a bell.
Mahkah will offer the what's it? Shura some water if she's thirsty, since it's the weather's not, the best here. She might be a bit parched.
She's like, Turtle.
Hi there.
Turtles.
I like turtles.
We all love turtles.
Especially one that casts down thunder like a righteous deity.
Yeah, have some water.
As she begins taking a drink from this water, and actually you should probably use up one of your flasks to do that as well.
Greedy.
Somebody who gave water to someone before.
Chugging it.
Maybe
No,
JL?
we have my endless decanter.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
We
yeah,
just can pour
that's right.
water
You don't even
infinitely
need
out
the
of
water
there.
flask.
Yeah.
Okay.
Flasks
Also-
are an issue of the past.
We also are in hell now, and it does have the ability to do a really aggressive geyser. So just if we ever come across a really big fire, I got it. Okay.
Turn the fire hose on.
Ethel's just putting
Build a
out every
firefighter.
fire she walks by.
The
Like,
biggest firefighter.
I was like, I got it.
You can
It says
put
it
out
does
the
that. You can
entirety of
point
hell.
Yeah. Honestly, I could. Endless water, okay?
So as you're kind of joking around about what you could do with the decanter of water, you begin to hear moaning from the room, like, and
Go.
Ethel and Rhea and probably Kensei, you see in there that the family members that were being like eaten on the table, although two of them have been blown to pieces, the other two begin to rise from the table.
Can I start just
I
really
will close the
aggressively
door.
firebolting inside the house? I just want to catch the house on fire, and we should leave, I think.
Oh, yes. So if Ethel does that, maybe I will close the door after she does that.
Yeah, I'll try to set fire to something in there and then just be like, we should go. This is a bad idea.
It will look normal. Everything else is on fire. What does it tell the difference?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let me think. So the only thing is the door, you're not able to lock it. But if Ethel, you fire like a bunch of fireballs in there and JL closes the door and you all just leg it.
Yeah,
I mean,
seems like
to add even more, but I got a couple fireballs left in the shield, and I don't think I'm going to be using it anytime soon. I could burn it right now.
I mean, it would work better than my little firebolt, but also it's like, I feel a little bad about just setting fire to a row of houses, probably.
Everything else is on fire.
That's just fair. I was going to put that fire out.
We can find some more fires for you to put out elsewhere. without
Okay,
the
okay.
ghasts.
It's a good call. Good call.
All right, you can just slam the door and like run back to the alleyway after firing. What is it? Just are you going to use a fireball, Kensei?
Yeah, I feel like I'm not going to be too useful for the fireball, at least today. But yeah, I got like 3 of them, so I might as well. I want to use the shield as much as I can before whatever happens.
All right, give us a fireball in there. Let's just see how much damage it does.
As he
One
loads
fireball
up, I'm
coming right
moving
up
the girl and myself further away from the house. I'm taking her this way.
Cast spell.
Where are we going?
Just before they
Away
get
from the
burned
house.
up.
JL, area, please step away.
Just before they get burned up, do they look different to the other ghasts, or do they look the same? They just their tokens look a bit different.
Yeah, these creatures do look a little bit different. You can give me another religion check if you want to try to identify them.
Ooh.
Can I do that as well?
Yeah.
Whoa.
And as you're trying to identify them, both of them are just burnt to ash in the room.
Darn.
Oh, look what they're.
I take that.
The whole house goes up in fire. And I mean, Ethel, you would probably know, seeing as you knew the other one. But also, Jean Lemore, you feel like you've heard tales of these, or perhaps heard songs sung about them. These are ghouls, and these are also like flesh-eating undead creatures. And it's said that they, they're very similar in the way that they appear, but it's said that they're often the result of mortals that ate flesh of other sentient beings in their lifetime.
Oh.
But also, as with the ghasts, you suspect that there's something that goes into forming these creatures that might have to do with like their souls are unable to leave their bodies
I think
for whatever reason.
I'll just ask JL. Just be like, do you think was it like a cannibal family? Do we have to be worried about covered baby?
Yes, maybe we should keep an eye on her.
She's
Be
like,
careful. We come back and she's gnawing on the arm of another child, and we're just like, interesting.
she's like, I was just hiding in there.
Okay, interesting place to hide. There were already corpses in there. We know that.
So the ghouls were the ghasts were eating the ghouls.
There were people eating corpses, and then the guests came in
And ate
them,
and
then they turned into ghouls.
Oh.
Maybe.
Okay. I see. Ooh, I like this. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, cannibalism and undead. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Gotta spice it up with some cannibalism every now and then.
If there's no incest, like cannibalism, you know?
Only 2 options.
Is it Game of Thrones or something?
Okay, so you head back out onto the street after setting this house ablaze, and you don't see Harkina here. She's left with her 2 children, but you can head over to here to Sharia's market. And Sharia's market is named after the first High Rider of Elturel, and it's said to be built on the spot where she held a gathering of local lords after defeating an ogre king who lived in a keep here, and had them all swear fealty to her. Together they established a hamlet that grew into the city of Elturel and called themselves the Riders of Elturel, who ultimately became known as the Hell Riders many years later. The marketplace is a massive circular area lined with shops, businesses and banks, and was once cluttered with market stalls. Now the ground is littered with trash and debris, and the remnants of stalls that have been trampled into the ground or burned away have been in some cases kind of picked up and leaned against each other, or sort of sticks have been put into them and they've been turned into lean-tos. And as you kind of enter this area, you can see large numbers of human soldiers standing in groups or marching around the perimeter. And you can tell these are Hell Riders, dressed in the crimson and white plate mail marked with the crest of Elturel, the sun, the smaller companion before it. And, they're like armed with long swords and crossbows, similar to those carried by Rhea Mantelmorn. And yeah, there are kind of groups of Elturian refugees scattered around, sitting on the ground in clusters of like 20 or so people, and they've got like blankets wrapped around them, and yeah, they're sleeping in these like tents and these lean-tos and things. And in the middle of the market area, many of the refugees are standing in a line, which you can see leads to a large makeshift pavilion constructed from some of the old market stalls. And at the pavilion, the Hell Riders appear to have set up some tables and are serving soup and bread to the refugees. And as you pass into this area, Mahkah, you said you wanted to kind of suss out the marketplace before you actually entered it. Is there anything else you wanted to do?
Oh no, that's fine. Just in case there was a situation, as in like devils or demons attacking the marketplace.
We didn't want to walk into something and it's just like a big stomping thing around going, me, you can't heal me.
Well, also, I mean, as you arrive here, you now can sort of get your bearings as well. So, like, you can work out. Okay, you definitely know you're in East Dock. This is in the east side. The east side is one of two districts in the larger Dock district, which includes everything outside of the High district, and it's like the rougher, poorer part of town. Although the success of the Elturgardian Empire and the trade that's flowed through the docks now for many years has like elevated it in wealth as well. So the streets are kind of cobbled in the same way that the wealthier districts are cobbled in. And there's like some larger establishments and houses that began popping up among the rest of the slums. But Alina, you recognize this very well. As I mentioned, like you worked here when you first arrived. Actually, I just got one of these. Let me just post this little message that only Alina can see. I think we've been over all that already, but I just prepared that before anyway. And so, yeah, Alina, you would know where your old rental apartment is. You also know where your new apartment is. Just having a look. Kensei, you would know, I mean, you know, like, where you, from here, now that you've seen Shara's Market, like, you would know approximately where you left the Bobbing Imp. That was, like, docked near the stockyards by the river to the south. You also would know, like, a bunch of taverns and things, so you would know, like, where a pair of black antlers is, the bent helm, and some inns and things. Gallagher's Inn. Actually, in Elturel, there is this like age-old mandate that says that you can't, taverns and inns can't share the same roof, and inns are not allowed to serve food and drink. And Mahkah would know. You would know where your rental property is from here. That would just be like just up to the north of here. And you would also know where the library is. The library would be like in the High District. And so the only way to get to the High District would be, that's like where the High Hall is, like up on the bluff. And that would be to kind of the northwest of here, but you would need to cross like one of two bridges that used to cross this big ravine, basically, that kind of like runs along the side of the bluff. So it's some distance from here. Actually, Ethel, you would of course also know the library, and then you would know Ethel and the home that you grew up in and Candlelight Tower. But yeah, of course, like if you think that you might know anything else, like feel free to ask me. But yeah, so you come into Shara's Market, and many of the people are like staring at you forlornly as you come in here. or in some cases suspiciously. And eventually some of these Hell Riders approach you, and they come up to Kensei in particular. They're like, "You there? Who are you all? What's your business with us?" And another one's like, "Why are you traveling with this devil? We don't want any trouble."
No, my friends, he is no devil. He is a great hero. We are all here to help the Elturians, help you try and escape this terrible fate. We came with Hakina Hunt. Is she here? Is she safe?
And I'm pushing Ram-Ment along forward as well.
Oh, yes.
So you don't see Hakina Hunt immediately. You can kind of have a look around for. Maybe you think you spot her in the line. Actually, you see you see one of her kids, and you can see her in the line.
Hey.
But the guy's like, Hakina who? I don't know who that is. But as you push Rhea forward, Kensei, she kind of like steps forward. She like pulls back her cloak and reveals this crimson and white plate mail of the Hell Riders and says, "What's going on here? Where is command?" And this guy's like, "Stallion, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. The highest ranking officer here is Corder Mulgren, but he's been gone for some time. He's in the Eastern Docks, fighting the monsters, ma'am."
Monsters? What monsters?
Well, you haven't seen the monsters? There's monsters everywhere.
I mean, that's a fake response. I mean, like a fair response. I'm sorry, not fake.
Maybe you're kind of further in here.
Just from when we first started coming, I thought because of how the fire was looking, I thought immediately there was like someone on a cross. I was like, what the?
Yeah, I mean the fire. I mean, we'll say that's there's like kind of patches of lava and fire in here, but maybe it doesn't look exactly as it does in this image at this point.
Are those dead bodies in the fire? Like,
maybe they've cleaned up some of these dead bodies.
Well, you know, if the fires are in the way at all, I know someone who can take care of those. It's me.
Maybe all of these tents
Ethel,
and
the firefighter.
the soup stuff is like set up here. Oh yeah, like Ethel. Yeah, you can definitely like put out these fires.
It says it makes a 30-foot geyser. That's huge.
We would appreciate that, madam.
I would just go put out some fires.
Be right back.
Yeah,
people are probably like, she's wasting so much water that we need to drink.
Yeah.
I'm just like, endless.
Yeah, lots of people look very worried, but when they just see like enormous amounts of water pouring out of this thing, like several of them actually come over to you and like ask you if they can have a drink.
I was gonna say, Ethel, why don't you fill up some barrels there? I'm sure there's empty barrels around there.
Yeah, I don't think they want to be like sipping from a violent geyser.
Is there no limit to this at all?
Like it's endless.
I thought there was
I don't know.
Yeah, but I thought there was like a daily limit or something. Or...
There's probably a daily limit. I was just looking because I was like, this seems impractical.
I don't think there is.
Where is it?
It doesn't say anything, I think.
Endless water.
It says it's a trinket.
30 gallons of water that gushes forth in a geyser 30 feet long.
It says gushes forth in a geyser 30 feet long.
And 1 foot wide.
That's so much. I don't think it has any limits. It says it's just a trinket. That's so funny.
It says it produces 30 gallons of water. Isn't it?
Yeah, but it makes a very tall geyser, so I could use it like a fire hose.
Right. Oh, yeah. The stream produces 1 gallon, the fountain produces 5 gallons, the geyser produces 30 gallons.
And it doesn't say I have to stop at any point. So you can
But once it hits the 30 gallon limit, then it runs out. Doesn't it?
Right, but it doesn't say that you don't get to use this feature again until like
anywhere. I see what you're saying, because you can just keep...
That's just another action.
Am I very yeah, either I'm confused or this is too powerful.
Yeah, I mean, you can like blow objects away with it and shit.
Thank goodness. This is a power I should have. We know how responsible I am.
I'll have to look into it a bit, but yeah, okay. For now, you can definitely put out, like, if you spend enough time, you can definitely put out, like, a lot of these fires. All of them.
You're just gonna make the whole Kansas type
Yeah,
very
I make hell an ocean, okay?
Yeah, it knocks them prone. Like, it knocks creatures prone. If you fired at somebody.
It's honestly not bad to use in battle because it pushes them so far away from you.
Target off, like, you can target stuff on people and push it off of their bodies.
But while you're doing this, another sinkhole opens, and like a huge amount of flames come out of it. And
Well, we are prepared.
Ethel turned it into a pond or a dam, a little
I'm
dam,
sorry. Yeah.
a fountain.
It's just
And
nice
this will
little lake for
affect-
people to swim in.
this will affect not Ethel. She's kind of standing far enough away from the party. But maybe can everyone in the party give me just roll a d20. I'll take the 3 lowest people. As the sinkhole
I
opens up
think I'm a
next to
solid
you.
contender. Well, John Lemore seems also to be a solid contender.
Join us.
All right, so what is it? Jean Lemore. Wait, is there someone missing? 1, 2, 3, 4.
You said I didn't have to,
Oh
but I
yeah,
also
you didn't have to.
can.
You didn't have to. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no.
I always forget what I'm doing like halfway through doing it. Okay. So everyone except for Mahkah, give me a dex save. DC 13.
Yes.
Dex. Saving throw. Normal.
Ooh. Yes.
Okay. All right. So you will take some falling damage. Let me see here. I've done this in a weird way, the way I've written this out. Yeah. Yeah, I'll say that you like kind of fall into this sinkhole, Kensei, and you just take, it's like not that deep, you just take a little bit of bludgeoning damage as you fall, like, 10 feet into there. So you just take 3 bludgeoning damage.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise nothing else happens.
Kensei was there. Mahkah turns around and he's like, oh, where's he gone?
How, like, the sinkhole's like, what, like 10 feet?
Yeah, like 10 feet deep.
So, Bucky, you turn around and you just hear, fuck, you just see the cold man appear, and and Kenway's like,
Oh yeah, like you switch places with the cold man.
yep.
Okay.
I just read something about the decanter, and it said tapes 2 on the back of a turtle. Blastoise.
Oh, wow.
Guys, I'm
Tape
derailing the
2
campaign
on the
we
back
have
of
to
the
plan. Who cares about hell?
Amazing. Yes.
If we have we finish the campaign and we have an after credit scene, can that be what it is?
Just a picture of that.
Yeah.
Honestly, what would be fucking perfect is if we find if Mahkah gets some help that is small enough for him to kind of be rideable on him without interfering with his movement, and just all that person does is and just uses the container of endless water and just fires from it.
Well, anyway, carry on. these two like hell riders begin walking away as you're like joking around amongst yourselves. These people seem strange. They don't even seem to be frightened.
Wait, do you know the way to the High Hall? And if Sultan or Branch is there?
I don't know about any branches, but we've been over that way. The ravines are now just like a great big crevice in the ground. It's split Eastock from the rest of Elturel. But the bridges seem intact. But you can't go that way. There's monsters guarding them. Don't know why.
There's just a knowing look cast over to the rest of the party as like Kenway walks up from the sinkhole, still like brushing himself off.
Oh yeah, you got to look out for those sinkholes. One time I saw one open up under a whole group of refugees. They just all fell in together, a big pile. Oh, it's just been crazy around here.
How have you survived?
Well, luckily, Shiara's Market used to have several buildings in it containing passages that led into the maze. And we've there's been like there's a whole bunch of Are you guys? How did you get here? Have you been here? Have you come from somewhere else? You seem like you don't even know where the High Hall is.
Yeah, we have made a long journey. And from Candlekeep, actually.
The other guy that's standing there is like, fucking Candlekeep, what are you, sages?
We had some help.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What?
He's just like pointing at all the people that are magically inclined.
Oh, well, I can't even read, so there you go. But where did you come from, though? Candlekeep, how did you get here?
I do the trick again where I teleport via with the cult man. It's like, think that, but on grander scale.
What, you teleported here?
Yes, we had a very friendly mage. He looked like an otter. It was very nice.
Well,
and he helped us up.
Do you know where here is? A lot of the boys think we're in hell.
Yes.
Your boys are right.
Good guess.
Yes. The flames, the devils, the ghoulies.
Like an onion
the
has
Hell
layers.
Raiders.
Like an onion has layers. You're in the onion.
He just like stands there like mouth open. The other guy's like scratching his head. Well, we went into the maze. You would know actually the maze.
What is the maze?
Yeah, the maze is like a network of subterranean passages and vaults that's widely known to exist under the bluff on which the High Hall stands in the High District. And some of it consists of natural caverns, the full extent of which have never actually been mapped. And then the city also has like invested in tunneling and construction down there. There's like convict mines and armories and warehouses and things. But essentially, like, one of the main things that it's used for is to store pretty significant amounts of like food supplies that would ensure that Elturel could like survive like a long siege or a famine. But yeah, he says, actually, the tunnels, we can't find a way to the High Hall. It seems to have been when we go down there, it just like opens up into a hole now, and you can just see this drop just down into the well, there's just this hellish environment below us. There are all these creatures down there as well. But yeah, we think the ravine which is just now there's just this empty crevice has just split the maze. So there's no way apparently to the high hall, but we have still been able to access many of these grains and this food down there. There's a lot of beer, and so that's allowed us to set up these soup kitchens. We should have enough food for several more 10 days, but well, we don't even know how long a 10-day is. Nobody knows exactly how long we've been here, but anyway, we're worried what'll happen after that if we run out of food. So you can have inspiration for asking about supplies and like how they're surviving.
Ooh. Thank you.
But yeah, we haven't had any contact with the High Overseer or the High Knights in the High Hall or anything like that. We're just hoping that they're working on some sort of plan to save us all. But yeah, we've just been trying to survive. But
who was the Lord guy that was coming over here to Elturel? The one from Baldur's Gate. What was his name?
Oh, Ulder Ravengard.
Have you seen him? Supposedly he was coming into Elturel at the time.
The other guy's like, we heard about Ravengard, but I haven't seen him though. We were stationed over here. So yeah, but don't know.
Has there been message from the High Hall?
No, we haven't heard anything.
I might ask the young girl, Shura O'Branch.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just take a knee and just say, hey, Shura, how did you get from the High Hall? Like, how did you end up at this part of the Elturel?
My uncle left me here to go to work. He works in the High Hall, but he never came back.
Do you know of any other secret ways that you might, or special ways that you might find your way back to see your uncle?
No. I'm too scared. There's too many monsters.
That's okay. You're safe now. Mahkah might ask the party if we should leave the girl with Shura and her kids to keep an eye on her while we...
Okay, no.
Yeah, that's what I've...
Yes,
like,
I think
boys,
that
like,
is
we
the
don't wanna-
best idea.
No.
Yeah, we don't want to travel Elturel for how dangerous it is. I mean, hell, I've just been here and I've dropped into a hole.
She kind of like clings onto Alina more vehemently.
No, please take me to my uncle. Don't leave me.
Oh, okay. Isn't the other side of Elturel, didn't the one lady say that the other side had more survivors and more resources than this side? Did I interpret that correctly?
So she hadn't been to the other side. She was just coming from the tavern, which was like closer to the bridges that lead across to the High District.
Okay.
But yeah, she didn't say whether she'd actually been to the High District.
Okay. I'm trying to get the lay of the land. How big is this? I want to ask, like, how far is this, like, crevice, and, like, could we summon, like, birds and get across or something? Could you turn into a giant bird and fly us across?
Well, you would know.
Mahkah.
Yeah, Mahkah can. I don't think he can do flying animals.
Not yet.
Not yet. Can you
Level
do
up,
it before
please.
Druid?
Go kill some more stuff.
Level up. We gotta level up.
Go level up. We'll be right back.
The guy, one of the Hell Riders that's standing there is like, oh, I don't know if I'd want to go over there anyway. We saw some of the knights, the Hell Rider knights and commanders. They went insane after all this. After everything changed, there were witnesses that saw them burst into flames. They seemed to take sides with some of the fiends, and we've seen them patrolling the streets, and we saw some of them killing some spellcasters and clerics and such, powerful individuals. But Otherwise, they mostly leave us alone. But most of command, most of the High Knights are over there in the High District, so I don't know if I'd... But like we said, the bridges are guarded anyway by fiends. We don't know why, but they're not letting anyone across.
What if we...
People have been calling them Hell Knights.
Oh. What if we take all these people and the supplies and we clear the bridges, or a bridge to get everyone in one area to save as many people as we can instead of having them separated?
Well, yeah, that seems like a good idea if you want to go out there and... I don't know, a lot of us have been fighting over in the docks to the east. There's a lot of the monsters seem to be coming from there. So we haven't had a chance to really try to go and see if we can get across to the other side. But we've got a lot of food stores here, and I don't know if they'd really, if they want us in the High Hall anyway. So, but yeah, suit yourself.
Yeah, I mean, even if you stay out of the High Hall and we just kind of take up an area over there, like take a look at the map and combine our knowledge and where we are and how we get across, rest up here and go from there.
Are you saying you want to take all of these people right now?
After a rest.
I don't know, if you look around, there's like a lot of people. There's like, like hundreds of people kind of sitting around in these. So you have to move like a herd of people through.
Strength in numbers.
Well, we're also kind of like getting into situations where the ground itself is so uneven and so dangerous that moving a horde group of people in those like narrow hallways could just be disasters too.
We just look.
As seen in the fight. What I'm wondering if we could also like go toward the east docks and see where there's like high command is, and maybe get more to see if they have any more information. I'm also kind of biased because I also want to see how the hell my ship is holding up after all this, too.
So Rhea could tell you that that a quarter, because when she asked about command, the guy said that the highest ranking officer is Quarter Mulgrim. She tells you that a quarter is like it's like a corporal kind of. It's sort of just above a sort of like a private. So it's kind of like the highest commander in the area is like pretty low ranked. And she's like, I actually outrank a quarter. I'm a stallion. Which is more like a sergeant. In flaming fist terms. No, I don't remember what the fist ranks are.
I mean, at the very least, we can, as small as a group as we is, we could probably like scout out to see how the bridge is like guarded, if it's like something we can manage. Because my fear is we go and if we force everyone to march over there, and we see two like enormous, biblically accurate demons just sitting on a bridge that is like exactly their size. I feel like. Go back!
I mean, don't cart them right up to the bridge. But either way, they're sitting ducks to something.
we don't really want to go out there. We've managed to kind of keep up a perimeter here. Some of these High Knights, these Hell Knights, as some people are calling them, they've been killing some of these demons, or whatever they are, climbing up the sides. Into the east, and they seem in some ways almost, I don't know, we've had a disagreement about whether they're actually protecting us or not. Like I said, we've seen them kill some wizards and spellcasters and things, but otherwise they come through here, but they don't mess with us, and they seem to be fighting with some of these other monsters and killing these really scary monsters that are coming out from the east. So we've managed to kind of eke out some kind of level of safety here. So I don't know if we're ready to just get everyone to go over there, especially there's a lot of dangers in those streets. If you feel that you can protect all of us from these monsters that are roaming around, these fiends, I don't know. He kind of like looks at the party, sort of sizes you all up.
Just casually trying to do like a head count. How many survivors are left there, not the Hell Knights.
And don't look battle ready.
Yeah.
So the refugees probably like, I don't know, maybe like a couple hundred people.
Oh yeah, that's a lot. I don't know. As seen with the tokens with, or the last time we did like a fight dealing with trying to protect survivors in the turtle camp, I don't think we're able to keep all hundreds of those people safe at that current time.
Alina did pretty good, okay?
That's true. Alina got them all to safety.
Yeah.
Well, that was mostly
doubt
because
my
a lot
ability.
of the terrain wasn't trying to kill us. Now the terrain is actively trying to kill us. There's a lot of
No
things we
matter
can't
where you're
control.
standing, clearly you found a hole right here.
Exactly, and I don't really have, and I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things. If I keep an eye on things that I fall through, then other people who are just absent-minded will fall through.
Maybe send a couple riders with us, so once we clear the bridge, they can go back and tell them it's clear to cross.
Now, that I like as a better plan.
I'm trying.
Well,
If we find someone else crazy enough and brave enough.
wait. So what's the plan? You want us to go with you? We don't want to go out there.
Only like one or two, just to come back to say it's clear, and everyone else can cross the bridge once we've cleared it. You don't have to fight anything.
Why do we want to cross the bridge? I don't really understand what's over there. We just think there's a lot of these. We just think there's probably more demons and more of these monsters, and especially these Hell Knights. What like
Well,
why is that going to be
there's some
safer than
strong
here?
magic people in High Hall.
My dad's powerful. He can cast spells.
He's like, oh, that's nice, sweetheart.
Also giving the story that the Hell Knights have been killing powerful spellcasters.
Look, I mean, we've sent out a couple of patrols before. If you're gonna, I mean, I don't know, like he kind of sizes you up again. Like from what we can tell, there's some pretty monstrous creatures on those bridges. But if you feel you can take them, like, you know, well, maybe you can come back and tell us about it. Or like I said, we don't know why we would move over there. As far as we can tell, the whole place is fucked. I mean, have you seen it? The whole place is like floating above the sky. We can't even get off here. And
You're still gonna need to find more resources, and the safest place to be is with us.
No, wait, hold up, back up. Floating? Come again?
yeah. As he says this, you feel this like jolt of like vertigo pass through your body like an electric shock, and he explains to you that the entirety of Elturel is suspended in midair around 500 feet above the surface of Avernus, and the strange vibration in the ground, which persists wherever you go, like suddenly makes sense. And I've got a handout actually. Hold on. Just to give you an idea. Not that you can see it from this angle.
Whoa.
Yeah, the whole place seems to be chained or something.
I need to screenshot this and add this to like make this like with a background for like my cell phone or something.
I just thought the same thing. I was like, that looks cool as hell. And then I was like, oh my god, it is hell.
And actually,
Can we compare that to the other map we got? Didn't we get another map of Avernus?
Well, this is from, an outside perspective that we have no control of. So this is for the player's minds, not really like the character. Also,
Yeah.
it's just
Where's the edge of the planet? Is there a hole I can peek through?
I think I've got
Oh,
another.
oh man,
images.
Elturel just become flat earthers like dream paradise, and all their kind of beliefs made true.
Oh yeah, this is an image that was. Hold on, this is an image that was done by this guy called Max Dunbar for like this comic book called Infernal Tides, and I thought this one was like super cool as well.
Yeah, that's cool.
Ooh.
That's mean.
Ooh, is that the high hill? Like the
High hole, yeah.
high hole.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the ravine.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
ravine.
Okay.
I just
we
really
have
got the urge to do like a call and response. You were like, hi hall, and I was like, I wanted to be like, hi ho.
High hole, high hole.
Oh, hi hall.
It's up to the high hole we go. Maybe.
So, okay, these guys, they've survived actually for a while in this market area. Like, I mean, it kind of does make sense that they want to stay there because
Yeah, they at least put a footing in. They kind of like
I mean,
put up a little
like-
bit of defenses.
there seems to be like some protection or something there. I mean, yeah, if the high hall is better, we just have to see. Like we have.
I mean, we don't know. You know, we don't know you. No offense, but I mean, we're just hoping that the High Overseer comes up with a plan or something that we don't even know if they're alive. Like, you know, some of these Hell Knights, some of the High Knights, like, have gone evil, and we don't know what the state of things are. You know, if this is hell, we don't know where we should go. Like, why would we go over there?
I just sort of lean over to
Yeah.
Rhea. Should we tell them? Should we tell them? I feel like we should tell them.
Perhaps they should know.
So, about the High Overseer.
Yeah. What about him? He's a good guy, I think.
He's dead.
What? You what? Come again.
He's dead.
He's dead. How did he die?
By being a traitor.
The other one's
I
like,
just point to a jail.
who are you? Who are you all coming in here telling these lies? How do you even know? You don't even know where the High Hall is. You didn't even know anything about the area or anything. It's like you've just arrived here from Candlekeep, so you say. Teleported here, okay.
Rhea,
I'm sure
please,
Ray is gonna
please
pull
tell
rank.
them. Please, Rhea.
We did come here. We've come here to save Elturel. And we've gone on a long journey looking for a way to come here and see if we can. We have a fiend's contract, a devil's contract that was actually signed by Thavius Krieg, and the Creed Resolute, it dooms us all. It dooms us all to become devils when we die. Devils, you say? I mean, I've seen people die around here. They just turn into these flesh-eating, monstrous, evil monster things. I don't know. Is that them turning into devils? Lulu's like, those aren't devils. The guy's like, what the hell are you? I'm Lulu.
Yes, everything Rhea says is true. The Thavius Krieg betrayed us all. Betrayed you all.
Bloody politicians, what are you going to do?
I mean, that's kind of why the companion is like what that is.
Oh yeah, we were wondering about that. Yeah, I was wondering about that.
The way you delivered that line is like, oh yeah, I was wondering what that was.
I actually saw me mate get struck by lightning coming from that bloody companion. I don't know if we should call it a companion anymore.
That's not very nice.
That's not how a companion would behave. But yeah, I don't know. If you want to go check out those bridges, suit yourself. Maybe if you find that it's safe over there, well, perhaps you can let us know. I'm not going with you.
I feel that maybe that is a good idea. We do not know what it is like yet over there. So we cannot tell if it if we should bring these people there yet.
We gotta stay here and protect these people from the monsters coming over the east side anyway. I don't know if it's safe to move them through the city. I don't even know how safe those bridges would be if we were able to get across them.
I don't even want to think about that. I really don't want to think about that.
So maybe we can have a little rest here, and then we can inspect these bridges.
Hopefully without getting a pitfall underneath me.
And yes, Alina, what do we do about the cupboard baby?
Real glad that name stuck because it's so stupid. I have a terrible feeling if we leave her here, she's just going to wander off and try to get to her uncle on her own.
Ah, that is a good point.
And if we bring her with us and she accidentally gets hit by a random AoE effect spell or anything that...
Then don't
Like a
cast
pistol.
AoE effects on her. That's why we have...
I'm talking about the enemy! I'm talking about the enemy else that's trying to kill us!
That's what the measurement tool's for!
I'm not talking about myself using some random AoE type stuff. No, I'm talking
Okay, Mr. Fireball into a house.
about no one was caught up in the effect of that fireball, I'll let you know.
How do you know? How do you know? There might have been more cupboard babies that you just blew up. Way to go. Actually, to be fair, we did not check the rest of the cupboards. I saw one cupboard baby and we went for that one. And that's it. There could have been more.
And to be fair, we were in the mid-process of firing firebolts into the house to have it burn. I just expedited that process. Thank you.
I'll say also while you're having this argument, while you're bickering amongst yourselves, you notice that a combat breaks out over the east side of Shara's Market. You see these like hideously warped, like deformed humanoid creatures, kind of like sort of amble into the market from the east, and these are like kind of hairless, sort of mutated-looking creatures. In some cases, sporting like wiry bristles and hairs with these like elongated skulls and tiny red eyes. Just look like really hateful creatures, and a group of these like hell riders like go over to them and like begin like fighting with them. These things are like just trying to like grab at these hell riders. Like a couple of the hell riders are like killed, but the other ones like manage to like kind of like slay these hideous creatures, and they kind of take out this group and manage to restore the protection to the area. This all happens like very quickly while you're kind of standing in the middle of these markets. Maybe like a couple of you can sort of go to react, but it's sort of over before you can run over there.
The ones that died,
Some of them died.
are they reanimated?
So these creatures don't look like those the ghouls or the ghasts. And actually, as these creatures die, you can see that their bodies appear to melt on the ground into this like thick black ichor. And Lulu's like,
Those are demons. Their souls return to the abyss when they're slain.
Demons.
What the hell? No pun intended, but what?
Yeah.
Where is the abyss?
Far away from here.
Huh. Maybe there's a turf war going on. Dark side and hell side. JL, you need to make that into a saga. That actually sounds really cool.
Well, there always is. There always is the blood war, of course.
Did we learn about the blood war already? Sorry, 1 second.
I don't think you asked about the blood war.
Oh, what is this blood war? Sounds kind of disgusting.
If that's a new thing, we're immediately being like, what is the blood war? That's crazy.
the Blood War is an ancient, endless conflict between the demons of the Abyss and the devils of the Hells of Bartor. It's the chaos versus the order. But
What does they fight over? Why do they fight?
demons they just want to kill. They just want to consume. They come into the Abyss from the River Styx. Sorry, they come into Avernus from the River Styx. And the devils fight them back. And the battle rages for eternity, maybe. Or for a very long time.
Do you think it's they would have use for Elturel in this fight?
Demons just want to kill and consume.
Didn't we learn that they were trying? The reason that's why Zariel did this whole contract was to add more fuel to her aid for the Blood War. I think we heard something about that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think it was Thavius Krieg explained that she wants souls for the Blood War, and that's why she's trying to draw these cities into Avernus.
Yes. That's right.
But when sometimes when demons consume humans, their souls either go to the Abyss or they're just completely destroyed.
I hope it's the second option more than the other one.
Yeah. But those creatures were Rudderkin. They're a lower form of demon, true embodiments of chaos, considered pathetic mutants, even by other demons, completely unbound by masters or causes, full of hate and suffering and pain. Horrible creatures. I wish I'd slain them.
Travel with us. You might find your chance having that if we keep going at the way we are.
Your time will come. Your time will come. Don't worry.
All right. So it's not safe for her to stay. It's not safe for her to go.
Look, maybe we should look. It is dangerous wherever we go. If you have a theory, the other guy's like, "Oh, come on." He's like, "No, hear me out." I mean, if they've really teleported in here to save us all, well, maybe we should go with them. Check out these bridges. Maybe it is safer over there. And wait a minute though. If the High Overseers betrayed us all, then why do you want to go to the High Hall?
We need to find her uncle. He might be able to get us out.
Also, there might be something of use over on that side. If there's a lot of infernal creatures guarding that side and preventing anyone else from entering,
There's a reason.
There has to be a good reason. And if that means a good reason for them, that's a good reason for us to make trouble. We're good at that, at the very least.
Perhaps some of command has survived, Rhea says. If we could re-establish communications between all of you and them, well, surely that would be a good thing. You make a good point. Look, I'm willing to go with you. I'm willing to go with you to check out these bridges.
Good man, I give
place
a
is
full
floating.
thing of wine.
Which wine is this?
The fine one, if he's going with us. He's either brave or crazy, so he gets the full treatment.
Mark is thinking, does Kensei have a endless decada of wine as well? Like, does he have a decanter of wine?
Let me
Just have a
check
shit ton of wine.
something. Let me just check something. Where am I?
Oh, that only uses a quarter of it. Let me just remove that and have it.
So I'm just gonna roll. Let me see. How many of them are there? There's like 16 of them? 16 of the fine wines. Okay, I'm just gonna do a random number generator. 8. Okay, you give him a fine wine, he like pops this cork and like has a drink. It's like, oh, this is like the best wine I've ever drunk. Yeah, you've got to try some of this, Robert. Hands it to the other guy. He's like,
Drunk as a
alright.
skunk now?
He like has a drink as well. It's like, yeah, this is good wine. This is fantastic wine. Where'd you get this? Some aristocrat's home.
You see, we like to make trouble. We raided a villa.
All right, fine. I'll go with you as well. Let's go and check out these bridges. If you can get across.
I'll give you another thing of fine wine.
You give him another one?
Yes! Anyone that goes along gets a thing of fine wine.
Okay, 3 on the random generator. All right, so you've used up 2 fine wines, and they're both like carrying these 2 fine wines. Like, all right, where are we going? Let's do this. To the bridges.
Probably a rest and then go wherever we're going. Maybe, especially if they're getting drunk.
You definitely get the feeling that because of these like roaming creatures, like combat breaking out, and all these environmental hazards, that it's going to be difficult to rest here. You reckon maybe you'd get away with like a short rest, but a long rest seems like maybe a pretty risky thing to do. And you can see how tired everyone is, and as you're talking about a rest, this guy's like, yeah, no one's getting very much sleep around here. We try to look after them as best we can, but it's very dangerous. We're getting attacked regularly and everything.
I can still do a tiny hut, which would maybe save us from attacks, but not if like a sinkhole opens up in the night.
Yeah, that's the issue.
We have one. We can not get murdered by demons, maybe.
Just while you're deciding that, I'm just going to run to the restroom again, just real quick. Sorry, just give me a second.
Illegal.
Okay, yeah. So go ahead and take a long rest. I mean, sorry, a short rest. Short rest. I'm going to say...
Like, I might take that one then.
I'm just going to roll a d10 to see if there's any hazards.
Yeah. Mark is keeping watch.
Yeah, we are.
Okay. Luckily, nothing happens while you're taking this short rest.
Also, this whole how the Foundry kind of like shows the calculations for like rolling a hit die is kind of funny. Just looks kind of weird.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Ethel, you can take another D6 if you want to use a Song of Rest.
Is that like an additional temporary hit points, or does it just go to your normal ones?
I think it goes to your normal ones.
Yeah, it's whenever you spend hit die, you can add a d6 to add that to your health.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Wait, I can post it.
What's really funny is I'm wondering if that like stacks. Like if you have like a full, like if someone like knew the DM was going to do this campaign and saw that combat was a thing, but was more of like roleplay, and just had a full party of bards. And if you did like one short rest, how many health you get back from just one hit die?
So I've been a fool, and I rolled 2 of my hit dice, and I think I would need to roll 1 and it'll give me back to the same thing.
Right.
I'm just gonna give myself back 1, I guess.
Yeah, go for it. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how anything works anymore. Rules are hard. There's so many of them.
Yeah.
And actually, Rhea as well will take a rest. I'll just restore her hit points. I think I'll just do it that way. Lily's looking alright.
We could put the kid in the tiny hut while we fight.
I thought you were going to say bag of holding.
My face was like,
I honestly, I was thinking about it because I feel like it could kind of, you can survive in there for 10 minutes without opening it, and almost every fight lasts less than 10 minutes.
It's like,
Right?
You're like, you have a timer and you're like, it's 9 minutes and 50 seconds.
Or the child suffocates. So we could stick her in the bag of holding. It would just be bad.
Yeah, we've only got 60 rounds.
Just get Lulu to hold her head outside the bag. Have her fly and hold her outside the bag. Just the head.
So, kid, have you heard of the kind of like the stories of the Baba Yaga? You're gonna live them. Just like, get in the back.
You might like the troll doll.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, so about an hour's gone by. You've all recovered some health, and these two Hell Riders look like they've gotten pretty pissed. They're getting like they're at least 3/4 of the way through both of the bottles.
I wasn't sure where you're heading, like being Aussie, like being pissed as in you wanted to go, now you want to have a rest.
Yeah.
Or they're actually drunk.
I also thought you meant annoyed.
I was also gonna say, like, I thought you were also like, okay, all right, let's go. We can do this. We got some wine. Why are you on the bed?
Yeah. No, they seem all right. They've enjoyed having a drink during this time.
At the very least today, we've restored some morale to some people.
I'm also gonna take the troll doll and teach it new sayings during the short rest and give it to her and make it say that the doll loves her and that everything's gonna be okay and that it wants a hug and like cute stuff. And give it to her.
Baby.
Yeah. We love you, Cupboard Baby.
She clings onto this doll as well, like obviously is like taking comfort from this and like kind of squeezes it like more free, like it starts to like annoy you, or you kind of hear these like phrases repeatedly, like what?
Also,
Put her in the back.
Kensei smells like
She's going in the
poop.
bag. All right.
joke's on
So-
you. That's a compliment.
All right. So what are we doing? Yeah, where should we go next? Are we doing these bridges or what?
Is Kensei obsessed with figuring out if his ship's still in one piece, but we're floating, so I doubt it.
That was actually kind of like a plan I had. If it's just like floating on like either a continent or just over like a sea adjacent place, we could have used the boat. But if we're floating, I don't think I'm worried about my ship too much.
It'd be cool if it was a flying ship.
I don't think Adrian would have allowed me to have a floating ship starting off as a level 1 pirate. I feel like that's something you get at level 10.
Well, if you want to go and check to see if your ship's here or whatever, I mean, we've got nowhere to go. You can always come back. We've agreed to go with you now. You can we'll wait here for you if you need to go somewhere first.
I'd rather go do the high hull stuff, and if we have time and get these people situated, then we can like maybe come back and inform them of this, and then have them go that way, and then I'm like, okay, go to the ship. Because I don't have high hopes that ship's there anymore. Unless like it got like pulled up onto like a harbor to be worked on. I don't think that's there.
Well, I mean, all the water's turned to lava. I don't know if you knew about that.
Yeah, I don't think that ship's there anymore.
Rip.
Yeah, it's sorry to tell you, it's pretty strange. All of a sudden, just all of the water in the canal, the whole short river, just changed into lava. Yeah. So if there's not any ships probably survived that. Most of the buildings on either side of the canal have gone as well.
All right, so another transgression. Zarya owes me a ship or whatever that suffices in satisfaction.
All right.
Okay. Let us. Oh, I have one question. Would Jean Lamont know where Maribel's house is in relation to this market?
Yes. So.
Would we pass it on the way to the bridge?
No. So, okay. So Mary Bell lived with her mother, Signore Canzone, in the High District, and so you would need to cross the bridges to get there. It's kind of
cross the bridges.
Well, she's ready to go now.
All right. So where do you want to go? Do you want to, do you have a particular street you want to go down, or, left or right?
Well, if we want to use the map to make things a little bit easier.
Oh yeah, you've got the handout.
Yeah, I'd probably confer with the people here and our combined knowledge of the roads now that we know where we are, and pick the closest bridge, I'm guessing.
Got out.
Yeah. So you would probably go up this way, and you head back into these streets. There's still like things like flying around in the sky and pools of lava and burning houses. You can see like in some instances there's like burnt corpses on the ground, and as you're walking through here, you see like boarded up windows. Occasionally you think you see like signs of like Elturians like hiding or kind of moving between the buildings. You hear like footsteps, whispering, and the occasional distant scream. And you also see occasionally these like shrines and sculptures of the companion. That it was, many of you would know, almost all of you would know, it was kind of like a thing in Elturel that people would leave like effigies of themselves at these shrines. And many of these are kind of toppled or destroyed. Some of them are still standing. But as you come up this street here, Mahkah, you realize that, well, you would have already kind of realized this, that your house actually is just up this street here. Where you were like you had like a rental property here while you were staying here. And it's basically just here.
Okay.
Just so you know.
I'll mention it to the party just in case hopefully it's still a safe haven. But I'll indicate that for now, in case we need, if we lose our bearings and we need a safe place to retreat, possibly. You're more than welcome to go back there. Yeah.
Do you have anything you need from there, or that would be useful?
Not that I know of. It's just a collection of drawings and so forth. But no, Mahkah was.
I guess seeing as you would know what is there, I guess I'll say that you did have some things there. I hadn't really thought about this, but
okay.
I guess you would know exactly what you have there. You have locked in a chest. You don't know if they're still there or not. A potion of healing. You have some savings, 30 silver pieces.
Ooh.
You have a magic ring, a ring of protection. You also have a bunch of like an ink pot and like ink pens and parchment and stuff like that. And a couple of other things, like a beautiful compass. And
my compass.
Oh, gotta go.
We'll definitely.
Turns
I'll
around.
say, guys, if you don't mind making a detour, my place is just on the corner there with the shell. If we could stop by, I've got some stuff in the chest. Hopefully it's still there. The way we're going, I think we're going to need this stuff.
Go.
I didn't think about the fact that you should just know what is there. That's pretty dumb.
I was also kind of like, I'm actually kind of curious to see how a compass works in hell. That's actually kind of funny to me. How that order.
All right, so you come over here. This is this kind of narrow cobblestone street, and there are these tall, sort of mismatched-looking brick buildings with maybe 3 stories high, And there's like several of them in a row here in this street, and they're all kind of like apartment buildings. And you come to this one, it's got like a brown wooden door, and you can see like up above you there's like these shutters, and there's like a kind of a lamppost just here, which is no longer burning, of course. And you can push open this door easily enough. And you don't see anyone in the like kind of lobby area. There's this small dark lobby that looks like it's been kind of like ransacked. The table's been like knocked over, and there's like a chair on the ground, but otherwise not much is here. And Mahkah, you live like a couple of flights up, so you can like head like 2 flights up this building. And you kind of head down the hall, and you can see that the wooden door to your apartment has been like, it looks like it's been like smashed open. Like you would have locked it obviously, but it looks like it's been like smashed open. And as you approach, you can see this this room that you know well. There's like this kind of wooden room with this like mantelpiece, like a fire with a mantle on the right, and there's this bed on the left, this like raised wooden bed with like a hay stuffed mattress, although you wouldn't have used that because you would have just like slept in your turtle shell, I imagine.
It came with the apartment.
Yeah. And there's like a desk and a chair next to the bed, with like some of your things on it, and there's also like a window and a door like leading out to this wooden balcony. And as you approach, you can hear like some people in the room kind of moving about and talking and swearing and whatnot. And it's pretty dark up here actually. But as you get closer to this room and you come in, you see some individuals standing around in here, and they're wearing like hooded cloaks, and one of them's holding up a torch, and they've got, you know, like skulls and skull memorabilia on them, and like paraphernalia rather, or I don't know, and various occulty looking stuff about them. One of them is like holding a torch, and actually you can see from the torch that they're casting shadows on the walls, and a couple of you notice as you walk in that these shadows are like shaped like devils. And you can see them as you approach, and it looks like they're trying to like smash open this chest, your chest that you kept in here. They're like bashing it with the back end of a sword. And there's like five people in here.
Whoa.
And they turn to see you, and one of them is this woman in a cloak. She's got like very long black hair, and yeah, she's got this necklace around her that looks like on the end of it is like a winged sword. And she immediately like draws a sword, draws like probably a long dagger from her belt, and she's like, "What are you doing here?"
I believe you're looking for this. And Mahkah pulls out his like moon touch scimitar.
All right. And with that, she kind of turns to the others. "Look like we've got a bit of sport. What you reckon, eh, fellas?"
Mahkah turns around and says, "You think that's a dagger?" Points to Alina. "That's a dagger."
Yeah.
All right.
I would say that I did not bring the little girl up the stairs with us, and I would have probably like put my cloak over her that provides camouflage and put her somewhere safe, probably like on a floor below or something.
Okay.
Kind of like hid her in a safe spot, maybe like under a table in case the roof shakes and like a lamp falls off and tries to kill a kid. So you never know. Just gonna specify that. Maybe like,
why would that happen?
I just maybe parked Luna with her, just in case.
If only we had like a really nice, cute little cat that could accompany this girl and is not very good in combat. That's actually my fault because I forgot to summon my cat during the short rest, but I could have blamed you for killing my cat instead.
I think those the amulets or the symbols of Levistus threw him over the edge there.
Symbols. Oh,
Flashback.
so that is, you would recognize the sword as a symbol of Zariel.
Oh, Zariel.
Yes, the Vistus was the one with the ice cube for the sword.
Ice cube and swords.
And let me see, what do we got in here?
Honestly, that symbol actually could make for a very good God, my brain died. Flair for like a cocktail.
Is this door, you said it was broken in, is it difficult terrain to get across?
No, it's just like smashed open.
Okay. Just checking.
And
Lulu, you hanged out.
She's not gonna be there. Oh yeah.
Lulu can go through walls.
And put yourself wherever you want to go in the hallway. And also, I'll give, who wants control of Rail?
I mean, I have no complaints if anyone doesn't want to.
Okay, you can have Rail.
I have a hard enough controlling my own character properly, so...
Yeah.
No, we see that. We see that.
Hey.
Yeah, you said it, not me.
I one-shotted stuff. Did you one-shot anything? No.
Hey, I weakened it so other people can clean up the
You
dirty
didn't hit
work,
that
all
one.
right?
I killed it in one shot on my own, thanks. Well, I mean, the shatter did a lot of damage. I'll give it to Ethel.
I was gonna say this is Ethel erasure. I can do things.
Yes, Ethel. No. No, no.
Wow, okay. I'll just stand back in the hallway.
Sorry,
and
I'm
cast
sorry,
my
I
little
couldn't
phone. No, I'm just kidding.
Nice. Mahkah, you're at the front. You've run into the hallway. You like, get away from my shit.
Yeah,
Thematically, this was great.
Yeah, perfect. All right, what do you do?
that's it. So, would the Moon Touch Scimitar be out?
Yes.
It looks like we have a choice here. You can stay and rumble, or flee. It's your choice. And he'll hold his attack action with his Moon Touch Scimitar.
All right. Just give yourself the ready condition. So you remember.
Oh, yeah.
Mahkah's been spending way too much time with us.
Alina.
I'm just gonna move up and then like peek in the door and be like, yeah, what he said, and like hold out my dagger, like, let's go. And like do like a slicing motion with the two of them, like, you know, like you're about to chop some people up. And hold my attack action as well.
Okay, this cultist here is like, where are we gonna go? There's nowhere to go except through you. And I'm ready for a bit of sport. Tries to stab you with a dagger. So go ahead and release your action as well.
No problem.
He misses you.
All right.
Nice.
Yes.
Hey.
Mahkah coming out on point with the thematical kind of like rolls today.
It's like, get the fuck out of my house.
I'm sick of these goddamn cultists on this goddamn plane.
All right, you like hack into this guy's left arm, and like the scimitar just goes like more than like halfway through this guy's shoulder, and he like cries out in pain and like staggers backwards and like nearly drops his knife as he like clasps over the wound, clearly in a lot of pain, and doesn't look like he's got much more in him. Okay. This guy, he's going to drop his torch and he pulls out a flail, and he's holding this like long sword that he was using to bash open the chest. This is the chest here, and he begins like kind of swinging this flail menacingly as he like holds this long sword, and he steps over towards you. And he's gonna first try to swing at you with his, or tries to like stab you with his sword. Looks like he hits. For 9 slashing. And he'll follow up by swinging at your head with this flail. But misses. But he's looking pretty excited. And so he is actually going to action surge. And he's going to take another multi-attack at you with a long sword and a flail. They're feeling cornered. Miss. Oh, sorry, it was 7 damage. 7 slashing. See, I like forget what I'm doing like halfway through. I can get my brain checked. Okay, flail.
No, it gets worse if you kind of like see like the damage and it's like, good, that seems like it's gonna hit. Oh.
Yeah. That's definitely gonna hit. All right, another 11 bludgeoning with the flail. Okay. Rhea.
All right, we are going to have her go forward, and she's gonna like, can she like move over to here?
Where's it come from? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, that's fine. I don't remember.
All right. Yeah, she's going to start trying to clean house, and we'll start attacking the one that Mahkah hit severely.
Okay.
I like the fact that the features is where she has the weapon, so that's kind of funny. Features sword.
What about those
it if
features?
her feet had swords.
10 misses. Her features? Her features.
Oof.
No!
All right.
This guy's like clinging his wounded shoulder and just like ducking out of the way. And she's like swinging at him and like taking chunks out of Mahkah's wall.
All right, then we'll do the short sword last.
I mean, this was just Mahkah's rental,
I'm
I
thinking
guess.
my bond.
Yeah. 17 hits. I'm never getting my
I'm gonna
bond
get the
back.
deposit back on this place.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, I'm pretty sure that one will do it. He goes down.
All right. Yeah, she's gonna stay right there.
Okay, Ethel.
I'm just going to move over right here and just firebolt this guy. I think he has some cover, right, but not total cover.
Yep.
Okay.
Did you say
Just
turtle
half cover.
cover?
Yes, I did. Better than I said that.
I
That's
thought you
better
said
than what I said.
He has turtle cover, but it's just +2. That hits.
Hooray.
Turtle cover. Turtle cover.
Turtle eclipse of the heart.
I'm just gonna
turtle
step back
eclipse.
into the corner.
Holy shit, 14 fire. That's pretty good.
That seems so powerful. That doesn't seem correct. When did that get stronger?
His hair goes up in flames, and he has to like pat it out quickly with like his hand that he's like holding the flail.
It was when I reached 5th level. That's cool. How did I not notice that before?
Man,
I'm so tired. I deleted memory. Yeah.
Okay, this lady back here is going to she is going to, let me see. She's going to point at you, Kensei. I think she can just see you. Maybe she'll step over to here. And she's like, "You there, stay." She's going to cast Hold Person as her voice like kind of echoes like through the corridor and in your head. Not a hard DC, but we'll see.
Oh. Here we go. Wait, that was Rhea. What the hell? Oh, that's Rhea. Hold on.
Oh, that's Rhea. Go again.
Hold on. I was wondering what the thing was doing. Okay,
Rhea's
hold
not
on.
feeling very wise. She's like, I'm glad I didn't get hit by that spell. All right.
Just like, me? What do you mean here?
Okay. She like curses. And okay. Lulu is gonna fly past Mahkah. She's like, let me at him. She flies over here and she's like small enough to like get up on the top of the fireplace on the mantle. And she like stands on the top of the mantle and she is going to blast her trumpet into the room. And it is gonna go, let me see, I guess like this. It's gonna target these two individuals and we're gonna go with the trumpet of blasting. A couple of con saves.
Nice.
Fail. Nice, both of them fail as this loud trumpeting trumpet sound echoes throughout the whole building.
Whoa.
And whoa, nice.
My God.
And as she does this as well, Mahkah and yep.
It's counting the extra damage to to objects.
Oh right. Oh, that's weird. What is
So
that?
it should be the
Like,
first one.
holy shit.
Oh, okay, so hold on. Non-magical objects in the cone that aren't being held or worn take 35 thunder damage. Okay. So
There
as she
goes your
does
chest.
this balcony Mahkah, the whole thing like shakes and shudders and just falls off the building. The whole thing I'm like just collapses.
Physical bond gone. I'm not getting back.
All right. Cover story. The cultists did it.
No, I'm like, good girl, Lulu.
And otherwise they will both take 20 damage each. So this person is just blown through the hole that the balcony's left. It like ripped off the door. There's just a big hole in the side of the wall. They're just like blown out the hole and just like fall down to the ground and die.
So just Wilhelm scream.
Is that sound that's
Yes,
reused in
Wilhelm
like
scream.
a lot of?
Yes.
Yep.
This is so I had the
Wilhelm scream.
suspicion. I have to pause there because I have had this suspicion because I did like sound design. I did some like post production stuff for a little while, and I had this suspicion for like years that sound was like in all sorts of things, and I would be with people watching films and I'd be like, there's that sound again, and they'd be like, what are you talking about? And then Anna looked it up. I don't know why I never Googled it, but Anna like looked it up like only a couple of weeks ago and discovered that it is in fact the Wilhelm scream and it is this legitimate thing. And I'm like, yes, I fucking knew it. And like there's also a couple of other ones I always notice, like a squeaking of an iron door. There's always this like sound that I always hear, like
The
What's
Wilhelm
also
squeak.
funny is if you like
Wilhelm
look back to a
squeak.
lot of like
Squeak.
older like films or like cartoon or childish films, and if anyone was like sent flying, you also hear like the just repeated out.
I think I can picture what you mean. I think I know what you're talking about. Awesome. All right. Yeah. So the Wilhelm scream just straight out over the balcony. And she takes Marcus Bond with her.
All right. I'm going to try to see if we can even out this playing field just a little bit. I will then use my bonus action to use the Cold Man to reform. And seeing Mahkah get really sort of messed up with this guy, I'm going to see if I can just unload a few attacks into him.
Okay.
Um,
23 is a hit.
all right, cool.
10 bludgeoning. Still looking okay.
Ooh.
That's a miss. She ducks out of the way.
Yeah, we're going to do another, we're going to use another Unleash Incarnation to do a third attack.
Okay. What was this? This was
Same
the
roll.
dude that was like bashing open the chest. I forget everyone's sex. 13 misses.
All right, then I'm going to get into here.
2 13s.
Yeah, a little rough. And
Welcome to the party.
yeah, that. Yep. Welcome to the party, pal. That it will be my turn.
Okay. Jean-Laurent.
Okay.
Sylvie.
Yes. Oui. He's gonna run over here. He's noticed that like this cultist has like tried to command Kensei to do something. So I'm gonna target him.
Yep.
You'll fight with words, I will fight you back. And I'm gonna cast Unsettling Words. Oh, sorry. So I need to do a Bardic Inspo.
Okay.
And a D8. So shall I roll that? I'll roll that. Okay,
Yep.
roll. And he has to like subtract. Yes. Okay.
Awesome.
Subtract that from. Oh, sorry. 1 second. Dissonant Whispers.
Okay.
Hey, Mama, let me whisper in your ear.
Alright, so -8.
Oh,
Nice.
who's
She
not
fails.
wise? Yes, you are, lady. You're so unwise. Sorry. Yeah.
Alright. And she... Let me just read the exact wording of this. Must immediately
Didn't cast
use
it on
action
the other
if available
guy.
to move
He
as
was
far as
deaf.
its speed allows away from you. Creature doesn't move into obviously dangerous ground. Okay, alright. I was thinking, is she going to run off the balcony? But she doesn't. She's not going to put herself in danger.
True.
She'll run over to here, and this is a reasonably big enough chest. She probably can't stand on top of it, so she's just going to run here. It's probably as far away as she can get.
The cold man gets an opportunity attack.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. Seriously, gotta invest into Sentinel at some point.
15 hits.
Just because this cold man is getting mileage from the opportunity attacks.
6 bludgeoning. Okay, she's looking bloodied.
okay. That is all. Thank you.
Okay. This one here is going to probably have a crack at both the cold man and Rhea. So misses the cold man, and we'll then try to flail Rhea. And misses. They will do an action surge as well. Might as well use it. And just repeat the action in reverse. So longsword onto Rhea and flail onto the cold man. Whoop.
Yep, cold man's gone.
Okay. Takes out the cold man. And is going to just kind of step forward to get further into the fray. Okay, Luna.
I didn't mean to add Luna because she stayed with the girl, I think I said. So
Oh,
she's
okay,
not
sweet.
actually here. Yeah.
No worries. Mahkah.
Okay, Mahkah is going to attack the one in front of him with his scimitar.
Okay. That's a hit.
Damage. This might be a party, but I'm the host.
Awesome.
Nice. 6 slashing.
Also, I gotta spend a Unleash Incarnation, so at least it keeps track that I used it. I forgot to do that.
Sweet.
End turn.
Okay, and he's looking bloody now as well. Alina.
And I'll step up, be like, I'm gonna pat him on the back and be like, and I'm his favorite guest, and I'm gonna stab him.
I gotta say, that's a dagger.
And with Booming Blade,
Sweet. That hits.
Oh, so close.
Okay, so 7 piercing. Bit of sneak. Another 2 damage. Okay, he's not looking great.
Jeez. I'm gonna use my bonus action to attack with my other dagger.
Okay. Miss.
Okay, that's my turn.
All right. Okay. He is not sure who to attack at this point. But he's going to attack. How would I usually do this? He's going to attack you back, Alina.
Okay, I'm gonna use my reaction to take half damage.
Okay. Sweet. So half of 7. And he'll swing his flail at you as well. Also hits. For another 8. Okay, Rail.
Alright, we're gonna go wombo combo on the one that's trying to hit Alina.
Just misses.
Nope, same roll.
This is the second time you've done that.
Control.
Oh my goodness!
Strange. All right, Ethel.
Guys, you'll never guess what I'm gonna do. And that's right. It's the exact same thing.
Eva's Black
You're
Tentacle?
gonna-
Oh,
Nope, but close. I'm just gonna attack the one right in front of Mahkah.
yep. Hit.
Ooh.
It's always so sad when you only have the one thing to do and it doesn't hit. So I'm pretty happy when it does hit.
Okay, this one again just goes into his head and burns up all of his like hair and this like big like collar that he's got, and just burns his like whole face. He's like screaming as he's like trying to put it out. And he's still alive, but this fire is like catches like onto his cloak, and he's like standing in front of several people that are attacking him, and he's just going up in flames. And he we'll see what he does on his turn.
I just legitimately had the exact same turn as last time. I rolled the same stuff.
Really? The same?
Moved it.
What's going on?
It's so funny.
Okay, this woman over here, she kind of shakes her head and sort of comes to her senses after like running over here, compelled by this magic. And she is going to... she tries to cast Command on Mahkah. And... I guess you can't. She just tells you to flee. Flee!
Oh.
Nice. No problem there. Okay. Lulu will attempt to tusk this one. Misses. Kensei.
Alright, so we'll try to hit this guy. Actually first, let me use the bonus action to summon the old man. And I'm gonna put it right here.
How many times can you summon him?
Infinite.
Oh, right. Sweet.
It's just Unleash Incarnation is the one that I can only do a number of times equal to my Constitution modifier.
Right.
But yeah, I'm gonna start attacking him with myself. Get involved in all that. Kind of a warning. Attack. Normal.
Sorry, we've gone a bit over time. Is this, this one?
Yeah, the one that was hitting Mahkah and Alina.
Yep, 22 hits. And 12 damage is surely enough to take that one down. And he kind of like staggers back to here as he's like burning, like just like screaming, and you just like smash him in the skull, just like crush his burning face, and he just falls over backwards and is like just like chokes as his his esophagus and the flesh on his neck is like constricted as it becomes desiccated from this fire.
Alright. And then I'm going to use the Unleash Incarnation to attack this guy.
Okay.
Seeing that he was pretty roughed up. Oh, I clicked on Mahkah for some reason. I don't know why I did that. More. Attack. Normal.
That's it.
Cool.
Okay, 13. Nice. She's looking pretty battered. She's like smashed up, like against the wall now. It's like big, like blood splat behind her.
I will end my turn.
Okay, Jean Lamont.
All right. I'm gonna go and get this lady in my eye line, and I am sick of you and your sneaky words. And sorry. I did not place that well, but yes, I will attempt to shatter her.
Okay. So the shatter, it'll need to go within the room.
Yeah.
Is the only thing.
Oh.
So you can go there.
Wall blown out or something like that?
Yeah, that's
Actually,
alright. Nobody else cares about Marcus Bond. Clearly.
actually,
Come on now.
can I move it down too?
It's already too late.
Could we move it down too?
Yeah. You can like there, like on the bed.
Yes.
The bed is just like
I never used it anyway.
True. Just hay goes everywhere, all over the room.
I will contribute to the bond.
Okay. Con saves from these two. Fail, I think. Fail and pass. Fail and pass.
Oh, that's shit.
And okay. This is enough to kill the spellcaster.
Okay.
And as she goes down, the remaining fanatic drops their longsword and flail and like raises their hands and like begs for you not to kill them.
Now.
It's up to Mahkah because they were in here smashing shit. So
Look,
it's totally up to you.
I gave him the option
Wow.
before we started, before blood was drawn. But you can't take it back now.
Mad.
Do you think?
Just shrug. All right.
All right. Well, both of their weapons are on the ground. Mahkah, it's your turn. What do you do?
I might ask my party. Oh, they can't respond. Maybe should we interrogate this one?
Actually, you'd be out of initiative. You can discuss this if you wish.
Or you could just openly stab him in the gut.
It wouldn't kill him immediately.
Definitely gonna kick away his weapons.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
You are in hell.
I definitely. I want to take out a Hessian sack, hold it in front of him, and say, and we want to interrogate him. Like, whereabouts are you, the cultists? Where's your hideout?
Get out of the geyser, let's waterboard him.
He's got it open, ready to like Hessian sack him.
I wonder if they've heard of the Elturel pillow.
In Elturel. I wonder if the Elturel pillow in Elturel is just called a pillow.
They're like, oh no, the pillow, not the pillow. I'll tell you anything.
I was just wondering, it was just like one random like child. It's like, Mommy, can I have a pillow?
That's not what I meant.
Not that pillow.
All right, and we'll leave it there to hear what the coldest has to say. in a fortnight.
Cliffhanger!
But yeah, that was cool. I don't know about you guys, but I really like being able to see all of you. It was good. Good energy. Feels like more of a party. Can see people's reactions and
You
shit.
cannot see me, all of you. No.
What? I thought
you.
that was you.
Guys,
You're just very still. You sit very still and regal like.
You haven't blinked for like 3.5 hours.
well, I thought we were
4.5
actually doing a
hours.
staring contest, so I've been confused this whole time.
You've obviously won.
I'm really good at them.
It's totally fine if anyone doesn't want to use a camera. That's fine.
Yeah, when I look like hot dog water, maybe not.
That's my
Because we usually play pretty late my time, so sometimes I'm like,
Don't worry. You look like hot dog water.
Is that good?
Last
I don't know if cold dog water is better or hot dog water.
I understand you're saying hot dog water, but like, what would just dog water be? Like,
Oh, I didn't even realize it was hot dog
a
water.
dog in?
Like a 5.
I thought the word hot was just sort of about like the extremeness of the dog. Yeah, like it.
What is
I didn't
dog
realize
water?
it was a hot
What
dog.
are you-
So it's like water that you've dumped a hot dog in.
What is dog water? Is it water that a dog has drank out of? Water that a dog has
Obviously
been
too
bathed in? I'm so confused.
But yeah, no, I think now everyone else has to take a shower before the game, just like me. If you've been on camera, if you've been on camera so far, you've shown that you can do it. So I require continued commitment and continued showering. No, you don't have to shower. Right? That's up to you.
Okay, we can't smell.
Yeah, we don't have smell of. Actually,
smell
next
pretty
up,
alright.
smell-o-vision.
I am in a van outside your house, so if you smell really bad, it'll drift.
Because you've been in that van for ages.
Yes. Yeah, I
For
smell
months.
horrible. That's why I can't turn on my camera. You'll see I'm right outside.
It's terrifying. If you were a man, I'd be a little freaked out. I'm not gonna lie. I'd probably go check. Be like, Ethel? It's okay.
Yeah, I don't mind that old lady. But actually, she looks pretty suspicious. That is exactly what I imagine she looks like when she's sitting in the van, like peering out of the van window, like.
Yes, I look like an old lady. I'm in a van and I'm in my home.
She'll probably steal your cupboard babies.
That's one thing I don't have, cupboard babies.
Just jelly babies.
Just jelly babies.
Covered baby, highlight of the session.
In the cupboard. So, yeah. I don't like jelly babies. Or
I
cupboard
can't believe
babies.
we have a child now that we have to take care of.
Apparently, I have a child.
I introduced myself to the child politely, and she said, "No, thank you." So your child.
Because you called her a cupboard baby.
I did say, "Hello, nice to meet you, covered baby." But like, I feel like she would understand.
You just
she
watch
does.
these things eat her whatevers and hello cupboard baby, this old lady that's close to death comes up and she's like, another one.
Another one. Another ghast.
Honestly, fair.
It's gassy.
A gassy old lady. That's even worse.
Terrifying.
Even worse. She probably smells like an old lady too, so it's like, oh.
Oh dear. I hope there aren't any old ladies watching this. I don't think
We love old ladies though. We clarified that earlier.
we do love them. We do love them. We just recognize the truths of aging.
Exactly. And accept that someday we will also be old people who
Yeah.
smell
Yeah.
and are no longer able to hold their gas.
I mean, a lot of the time I'm a young person who
there.
smells and is unable to hold it.
there.
Yeah, exactly. Are those the signs of age? Fuck, I'm getting old.